Meet Jiang. In his world, hitting the big 1-8 doesn't mean cake or presents. It means being thrust into a haunted dimension filled with ghosts that go from mildly annoying to "we will level your city with a sneeze." The lucky ones comes back, but the unlucky ones, they never make it out. Jiang's welcome party? Kuchisake Onna, the "am I pretty" ghost. Jiang didn't even get a chance to say, "Nope, not really." Still, before she could rip his face off, he pulled off a daring escape by kissing her. Because sure, that's how you deal with murderous ghosts, right? But surviving that psycho ghost was just the warm-up. Next up, Yellow Spring Hospital. Jiang has to play nurse to some seriously messed up ghosts, dodge death at every turn, and somehow stay one step ahead thanks to his messed up system. Can he survive this twisted game, or will the ghosts finally drag him to his doom? Once upon a time, Jiang woke up in what could only be described as discount hell, a spooky, eerie place known as Foul Road. It smelled like a mix of wet dirt, decaying wood, and bad life choices. A magical screen popped up in front of him with all the grace of an unpaid pop-up ad. The message read, "Get to Yellow Springs Hospital in 3 minutes or die. Tips: don't stand still or scary things will attack you. Oh, and try not to lose your life. Good luck." Jiang stared at the screen, blinked, and said, "Well, isn't that just the kind of motivational speech I needed today?" He touched a streetlight and it felt ice cold despite the humid, sticky air. "Yup, definitely haunted," he muttered, shaking his hand like he'd just high-fived a corpse. He tried to make sense of his surroundings. The place looked like a warped version of his own world, twisted and grim. He remembered hearing legends about Foul Road, a part of the real world that had decayed into a haunted nightmare. "Great," he muttered. "I've officially entered a bad fan fiction of my life." But how did it all start? Ah, yes. Just 10 minutes ago, Jiang was peacefully drooling on his desk in class. His classmates, always champions of bad timing, decided to rouse him from his slumber. "Jiang, you're so calm. You must know how to pass the test. Help me." Another classmate laughed. "Help? With that face? The only thing he's passing is a mirror." Annoyed, Jiang shot back, "If you're jealous of my good looks, just admit it. I'll give you my skincare routine later." Before the roast could escalate, the teacher walked in. "Quiet, everyone. It's time." The class fell silent. "All right, listen up," the teacher announced with an unnervingly cheerful tone. "It's time for the challenge. Remember, this is your rite of passage into adulthood. Don't die, okay? I'd hate to do paperwork for that." The teacher activated the Sly Stone, a magical device that yanked them into Creepy World trademark faster than Jiang could say, "I'd like to opt out." Back to Foul Road. A magical map blinked on his screen, showing Yellow Springs Hospital, a name that screamed haunted morgue vibes. Normally, it was a 30-minute walk, but Jiang grinned. "Eh, I'll get there in 10. I'm me, after all." He checked his stats on the screen. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Intelligence, questionable. But strange power, 50 points. Jiang smirked. "Guess being ridiculously good-looking has perks. Can't wait to see how I'll save the day with my handsomeness." As he strode along, a soft, melodic voice called out behind him. "Hello?" Jiang froze, his internal alarm bells screaming, "This is bad, very bad." He turned slowly to see a girl standing behind him. She was petite, her long white hair cascading over her shoulders, and her eyes sparkled with innocence. Too much innocence. Jiang wasn't falling for it. "Wait," he muttered. "Is this already a ghost? What is this, a speed run of my demise?" The girl smiled sweetly, stepping closer. "Hello, handsome. Do you like me?" Jiang blinked. His brain was screaming run, but his mouth, ever the traitor, replied, yeah. She was cute, after all. The girl tilted her head, and with a movement so slow it was almost theatrical, she removed her mask. Jiang's jaw dropped. Her face was split by a grotesque gash that stretched ear to ear, exposing raw, jagged flesh. "Am I beautiful now?" she asked, pulling out a pair of scissors the size of a machete. Jiang's heart pounded. "Oh, fantastic! It's her! Kuchi Sakiona! They're my pretty ghost! Great! I didn't study for this quiz." The scissors glinted in the dim light as she leaned closer. "Tell me, am I beautiful?" Jiang panicked. He had no idea how to deal with her. He'd tuned out his teacher's ghost survival lecture because, well, he was busy daydreaming about how amazing he was. His survival instincts kicked in. I don't speak Japanese," he blurted it, stepping back. The ghost narrowed her eyes. "Don't lie to me." She raised her scissors, but Jiang bolted, adrenaline propelling him forward. "I'm fast," he told himself. "With my strange power, I can run 100 meters in 10 seconds. No way she's catching me." But when he glanced to his side, there she was, matching his pace effortlessly. "What?" he shouted. "Are you kidding me? Does she have turbo mode?" The ghost smiled wickedly. "If you say I'm beautiful, I'll make you look just like me." Jiang yelled, zigzagging like a drunk duck. "What does it mean? I don't understand Japanese." She loomed over him, scissors poised. "Then tell me, am I beautiful?" Jiang stopped her. Wait, slow down." Jiang leapt to his feet, did a flashy backflip for no reason other than to show off, and grinned. "Hey, don't you think I'm handsome too?" He smirked. The ghost stopped, visibly confused. "What's wrong with this guy?" Jiang was running for his life again. Behind him, the ghost girl, let's call her Miss Scissorhands, was chasing him like she'd just caught him stealing her last bottle of ghostly skincare. "Am I beautiful?" she screeched, her high heels clicking like the countdown of doom. "Lady, what's your deal?" Jiang yelled back, dodging an overturned cart. "Why are you so obsessed with that question? Have you considered therapy?" Unfortunately, Jiang's sharp tongue and sarcasm couldn't outrun her supernatural persistence. He soon found himself cornered, the ghost girl advancing slowly, her scissors gleaming. "Am I beautiful?" she asked again, her voice cold enough to make Jiang's sweat freeze. Jiang wanted to shout, "Why do you keep asking that?" "I don't know, ask a mirror." But fear had clamped down on his throat, leaving him frozen. The ghost's eyes darkened. "You've ignored me long enough," she hissed, raising her giant scissors with a dramatic flourish that would make villains in horror movies jealous. "I'll make sure you suffer." Jiang flinched, throwing his hands over his head. "Is this it?" he thought, panic racing through him. "Am I going to die here? Over a beauty pole? What a lame way to go." Just as the scissors descended, a magical ping echoed, and a glowing window popped up between them like a divine ad blocker. "A mysterious threat has been detected. System activated." The ghost froze mid-attack, her scissors hovering inches away. "What? What's happening? Why can't I move?" she muttered, her frustration simmering. Jiang peeked out from behind his trembling fingers, watching as another message appeared before him. Deception and lies filled her hands with blood. Ugliness and loneliness made her vengeful. But deep down, she longed for kisses and warmth. Jiang blinked, then blinked again. "Wait, did I just get a backstory dump?" He snorted, unable to hold back a laugh despite the life-threatening situation. "This is amazing. I must have the legendary traveler system. I'm OP now." Feeling emboldened, Jiang pointed at the ghost girl, who was still frozen, and shouted, "All right, ugly monster, I'm going to catch you." Her eyes flared with rage, but before she could respond, another message appeared. "After this explanation, the system will disappear." And just like that, the glowing window vanished. Jiang froze mid-victory pose. "Wait, what?" He waved his hands around, trying to summon it back. Where's my magical sword? My ultimate weapon? My pet dragon? This system is broken." The ghost girl, however, was no longer frozen. Her rage boiled over as she pointed her scissors at him. "Ugly!" she screamed, her face twisting in fury. "The one thing I hate most is men who tease me." "Oh, crap," Jiang muttered, realizing his fatal mistake. "She's going to cut my mouth next. This is too much." The ghost's high heels clicked ominously as she closed the gap. "I'll ask you one last time," she growled, her voice low and menacing. "Am I beautiful?" Jiang's panicked brain suddenly recalled the system's hint. She longed for kisses and warmth. He made a decision so bold, so stupid, that even he questioned his sanity. Stepping forward, he grabbed the ghost girl in a tight hug. What are you doing?" she stammered, her ghostly cheeks flushing a deep red. Jiang, thinking he was a genius, tightened the hug. "This has to work," he thought. Then, channeling every cheesy romance line he'd ever heard, he looked her in the eyes and said, "Listen, once upon a time I didn't realize how special true love was. If I could get another chance, I'd make it right." The ghost girl stared at him, utterly baffled. "What are you even talking about?" she asked, her tone equal parts confused and annoyed. But Jiang wasn't done embarrassing himself. "Do you believe in love at first sight?" he asked, his voice dripping with fake sincerity. Her expression soured. "No," she deadpanned, "and neither do I believe in idiots." Seeing no way out, Jiang went all in. Without waiting for her response, he leaned forward and kissed her. Her eyes widened in shock and she froze like a glitching NPC. She tried to push him away, but Jiang held firm, pouring all his energy into what he hoped was the kiss of the century. Finally, after an eternity, or 5 awkward seconds, Jiang released her. The ghost stumbled back, her face a mix of crimson embarrassment and fiery rage. You're a complete idiot," she screamed, covering her face with her hands. Jiang, still trying to act cool, flashed her a nervous smile. I guess even ghost girls like a good kiss. But inside he was screaming, "Did that really just work?" The ghost girl glared at him, her emotions a tangled mess. For the first time in her ghostly existence, she wasn't sure if she wanted to punish someone or crawl into a hole. "My name is Xiao Lei," she blurted out, still flustered. "You better wait for my revenge. I'll make you pay for this." Then, before Jiang could respond, she vanished into the shadows. He stood there, stunned. A soft ding broke the silence as a notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have completed the hidden mission, Kuchisake Onna. Reward, Great F Forbidden Item, Bloody Scissors." Jiang stared at the blood-stained scissors now in his hands, their eerie aura almost mocking him. "Wait, I actually got a reward?" He read the description and grinned. "A bound item worth 100,000 points? Protagonist aura, you're spoiling me." Spinning the scissors confidently, Jiang marched forward, ready for whatever horror awaited him next, or so he hoped. After walking for some time, Jiang stood before Yellow Spring Hospital, the building looking like a haunted house on steroids. The words ominous and "you're going to regret this" seemed practically engraved in its crumbling facade. As he gulped down his anxiety, a ding echoed in his ears. "Mission update. Congratulations, you've arrived at Yellow Spring Hospital. Main task. Be a nurse and take care of your assigned patients for 7 days. Details. Build positive nurse-patient relationships to earn points. Angry patients equals sign dangerous patients. Hint, sleep peacefully after dark, no matter what happens. Don't open your eyes. Difficulty level E." Jiang's face twitched as he read the last line. "E level? Doesn't sound bad," he muttered, then paused. "But who writes these creepy hints? Don't open your eyes. What kind of nursing is this?" Determined to face whatever fresh hell awaited him, Jiang stepped inside, The silence was deafening, save for the sound of his shoes squeaking on the tiles. No one was at the reception desk, not even a fake potted plant for decor. "Budget cuts, I see," he said dryly. Just then, a soft voice floated behind him. "Ah, the newcomer," it said. He spun around to see a young woman in a nurse's uniform holding a clipboard. She examined him like he was a defective product at a discount store. "Jiang, right?" He nodded cautiously. That's me. Is it just me working here, or—" She ignored the question as if acknowledging his panic was beneath her. "You're responsible for 4 patients. Room 401 requires special attention. Check on that patient first." As she turned to leave, she added nonchalantly, "Oh, one more thing. Someone died earlier today." Jiang froze mid-breath. "Wait, someone died?" he asked, his voice climbing an octave. But the mysterious nurse vanished without answering, leaving Jiang to marinate in his confusion and regret. "Great," he muttered, trudging toward the reception desk. "I've been here 2 minutes and someone's already dead. This is shaping up to be a stellar first day." The system's map informed him that there were 8 rooms on the floor, but only 4 were occupied. "At least I only have half the workload," he joked bitterly, though the creeping dread in his stomach made it hard to laugh. Finally, he reached room 401. The door, streaked with what looked suspiciously like dried blood, loomed before him like a final boss's lair. Ding! Hint: the patient in this room is very noisy. Prepare for surprises. Warning: a human head will be thrown at you upon entry. Jiang blinked at the message. "A human head?" he hissed, incredulous. "What kind of hospital is this?" Steeling himself, he tightened his grip on his bloody scissors and smirked. "All right, Yellow Spring Hospital, let's see what you've got." With the flair of an action hero, he kicked open the door and stepped inside. Splat! A severed woman's head came flying straight at him. "Are you kidding me?" Jiang yelled, reacting on pure instinct. He raised his scissors and stabbed the airborne projectile mid-flight. The room fell into an awkward silence. Inside, 2 ghostly figures, a little girl clutching a teddy bear and a boy perched on a chair, stared at Jiang like he'd just walked out of their nightmares. "Well, that wasn't so bad," Jiang said, brushing off the non-existent dust from his uniform. "Who said this room was noisy? It's peaceful enough." The little girl trembled, clutching her teddy tighter. "What's wrong with this guy? Big Sis was just kidding and he stabbed her. Who does that?" The boy, equally horrified, could only think, "This man, he's a monster, and those scissors, they're no joke." Breaking the tense silence, Jiang cleared his throat and gave his best customer service smile. "Hello, I'm your new nurse. I heard some of you requested special care." A weak voice groaned from the floor. "Brother, nurse." Jiang leaned down to see the headless ghost woman sprawled on the ground, her decapitated head still skewered on his scissors. "Oh, it was you who called me," he said brightly. "My apologies for the misunderstanding. Would you like me to remove these scissors?" As he reached for the handles, another ding appeared before him. Hint: she's enraged and plans to devour you the moment the scissors are removed. Proceed with caution. Jiang's polite smile morphed into a wicked grin. "Oh, so that's your game, huh?" he muttered under his breath. Feigning innocence, he gripped the scissors and yanked them apart with dramatic flair. Splat! The ghost woman's head burst apart like a dropped watermelon, painting Jiang in spectral goo. He blinked through the mess, still smiling. "Oh dear," he said, his voice dripping with mock sincerity. "I didn't realize your head was so fragile. My deepest apologies." The ghost woman let out an ear-piercing shriek, shaking the walls of the hospital. The little girl and boy clung to each other, their terror palpable. "He's a demon," the boy whispered. "We are doomed." Ding. Operation complete. Result: the patients are now thoroughly terrified of you. They will obey without resistance." Jiang wiped a streak of blood from his cheek, turning to the remaining ghosts. His voice carried an unsettling cheerfulness. "So, does anyone else require special services?" The boy and girl ghosts shook their heads so fast they looked like malfunctioning bobbleheads. No, we're fine," they chorused in terror, their voices practically a prayer for survival. Satisfied, Jiang turned back to the ghost woman sprawled on the floor. With a smile so sweet it was practically toxic, he asked, "Need a hand putting your head back together?" She stammered, "No, I can heal myself." "Good teamwork," Jiang said, nodding approvingly as though he were at a motivational seminar. He made his way to the hallway, feeling like the ultimate boss, until a raspy voice echoed behind him. "Room 402, bed 3. Jiang paused mid-step, his triumphant swagger deflating like a sad balloon. "Another task. I thought I was done for the day," he muttered bitterly, marching toward room 402. The door loomed ominously, but after surviving a flying ghost head, Jiang felt invincible. He shoved the door open, half expecting confetti or a congratulations banner. Instead, a blank system hint popped up. No warning, no instructions, no witty commentary. "Huh?" Jiang mused. "A mystery mission. No problem, I'll wing it." Inside, the room was eerily quiet, save for muffled sobs. Jiang called out, "All right, who's in bed 3? Let's get this over with." Before he could finish, a ghostly figure hurtled toward him. It was a woman with no eyes and no mouth, trembling like a leaf in a hurricane. She threw herself at Jiang, wrapping him in a desperate hug. "What?" Jiang exclaimed, flailing in surprise. "Lady, personal space." "Ever heard of it?" The eyeless ghost clung to him, her muffled attempts at speaking only adding to his discomfort. "Ah, great," Jiang groaned. "A ghost that can't talk. Why can't these missions come with subtitles?" A ghost boy, hanging upside down from the ceiling like a deranged bat, smirked and chimed in. "The child is crying. The lady ghost wants you to calm him down." "A child," Jiang said, raising an eyebrow. Sure enough, there was a little ghost child in the corner, bawling his spectral eyes out. Jiang sighed and turned to the boy ghost. "Why don't you handle it?" The boy shot him a withering look. "If we could handle it, why would we need a nurse like you?" "Fair point," Jiang muttered, "but I'm just saying I'm not exactly his grandma." Still, the system warning that flashed next stopped him cold. "Warning. Neglecting your duties may result in the patient devouring you. The head nurse will not intervene." "Devour me," Jiang exclaimed, his voice hitting an octave that would have shamed a soprano. "This escalated fast." He crouched down, forcing a smile. "Hey, little brother," he said soothingly, "don't cry. Big brother will tell you a bedtime story, okay?" The ghost child stopped crying, but his face twisted into a devilish grin. "All right," he said, baring sharp, gleaming teeth, "but if your story isn't good, I'll eat you, nurse brother." "Charming," Jiang muttered, trying to suppress his rising panic. "Don't worry, I've got the perfect story for you." He leaned in conspiratorially. "Once upon a time, there were 4 babies with little antennas on their heads." "Boring!" the child ghost shrieked, revealing a grotesquely large mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth. He lunged at Jiang, jaws wide open. "Oh, come on!" Jiang yelled, slamming his bloody scissors into the ghost's mouth with a loud clang. "Hey, kid," he growled, glaring at the stunned child. "Didn't your mom teach you not to interrupt someone's story?" The ghost child froze, terrified. By 6 p.m., all the student nurses gathered in the ground floor hall, their faces pale and haunted. One of them spoke up, trembling. I saw Wang Wei. His patient ate him." Another chimed in. "My patient only had half a body and I have to endure this for 7 days?" While the rest of the group spiraled into despair, Jiang stood to the side, arms crossed and visibly irritated. "I spent my whole shift telling ghost stories to some brat," he grumbled. "What kind of job is this?" Suddenly, the head nurse appeared. Her eerie, otherworldly presence silenced the chatter instantly. One sycophantic student stepped forward, plastering on a nervous smile. "Head nurse, you've worked so hard, let me—" Before he could finish, the head nurse waved her hand, and an invisible force sliced off his head. Gasps of horror erupted as the man's body crumpled to the floor. "Useless," the head nurse sneered, her glowing red eyes scanning the remaining students. "If you fail your tasks and your patients complain, you'll meet the same fate." She handed out envelopes, her tone cold. "This is your salary for today's performance. Vending machines are on every floor. Use your points to buy food and drinks as needed." Before leaving, she issued her final instruction. "By nightfall, head to your floor's waiting area. And remember," her eyes glowed brighter as her voice dropped to a chilling whisper, "when it's dark, go to bed. Whatever happens, don't open your eyes. If you disobey, it's your risk to bear." The students exchanged terrified glances as the head nurse strode off. Jiang trudged toward the vending machine, eyeing the price list with a mix of dread and irritation. 30 coins for water and a snack? He muttered. "At this rate, I'll need a promotion or a part-time job just to stay alive." He fed his precious coins into the machine, watching with mild satisfaction as his overpriced meal and water clattered into the tray. But then something caught his eye. A flashlight, priced at a jaw-dropping 500 coins. Jing raised an eyebrow. "A flashlight? What, is it encrusted with diamonds? Does it come with a free escape plan?" He shook his head, muttering, "This place is insane," and headed to the dormitory to eat his meal and catch some sleep. That night, Jiang dreamed of the same massive, ominous gate labeled Heaven Prison. It loomed over him like an overbearing landlord demanding rent. "How many times are you going to drag me here?" he grumbled, annoyed. He tried pushing the gate open, but it didn't budge. Again. Frustrated, he threw his hands up. "Seriously? You keep inviting me over, but you won't let me in. What is this? Some creepy old lady's version of a soap opera?" With a dramatic sigh, he flopped onto the cold dream ground. "Fine. If you won't open, I'll sleep right here. Two can play this game." As Jiang snoozed peacefully, both in the dream and in real life, a ghost girl with a horrifying disfigured face hovered over his bed. Her head tilted in curiosity, watching him snore blissfully. At 6:30 sharp, Jiang stumbled into the hall. The other students looked like they'd just survived a horror movie. "Something scratched the walls in our room all night," one said, visibly shaken. "I couldn't sleep at all," another chimed in. "There were whispers outside my door." Jiang yawned and shrugged. "Really? I slept fine." His comment earned him a mix of glares and envious stares. Jiang scanned the group, raising an eyebrow. "Wait, doesn't it seem like there are fewer people today?" Before anyone could answer, a blonde girl, Xiao, approached him hesitantly, clutching her stomach. Jiang," she said, her tone nervous, "could you lend me 50 sly coins?" Jiang blinked in confusion as she added quickly, "I didn't earn many coins yesterday, just 5, and I spent them all on water. I'm starving." She grabbed his hand, her desperation palpable. "Why don't you help me out? I'll do whatever you want." Jiang turned red, stammering, We'll talk later." He glanced around nervously. "The head nurse is coming." Xiao released him as the head nurse strode into the room, her cold, sharp gaze instantly silencing everyone. Her lips curled into a displeased smile. 5 fools didn't make it through the night," she announced. The room grew heavy with dread as she continued. "Despite my explicit warning not to open your eyes after dark, they dared to disobey. They paid the price. Jiang suppressed a shudder as her glowing red eyes swept over the remaining students. As for the rest of you, she snapped, get back to work. After the tense meeting, Jiang made his way to room 403, clutching a medicine tray with hands that were not quite steady. Earlier, he'd tried gathering intel on the patient by asking the flying head ghost from room 401. Do you know the patient in room 403? He had asked. The flying head ghost had shaken her head. Never met her, she said. Then, almost casually, she added, but the nurse is eaten alive. They're usually from rooms 403 and 404. We've snacked on a few of them ourselves. Just a little. The memory sent a shiver down Jiang's spine. He had also questioned the ghosts in room 402. Oh, we don't know her personally, one ghost had said cheerfully. But last time, she ate a nurse's arm. Wonder if there's any meat left this time, another added gleefully. Jiang swallowed hard as he reached the door to room 403. Jiang's system alert popped up just as he reached the ominous door of room 403. System alert. The medicine tastes awful, so bad even a dog wouldn't drink it. But mix it with blood, coffee, and crushed glass, and it becomes acceptable. Add jasmine for the best results. Jiang stared at the alert, utterly dumbfounded. Blood, coffee, and glass, is this a recipe for medicine or a crime scene cleanup? He muttered, but he begrudgingly followed the instructions. After some creative blending and grumbling over wasting his hard-earned coffee stash, 50 coins for a single packet, he took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Judging by the patients in 401 and 402, the ones in 403 and 404 are probably a nightmare. Better be careful, he thought, stepping cautiously inside. Inside, a red-haired ghost girl sat serenely, engrossed in a book. She looked surprisingly normal. Jiang placed the tray down with forced calmness. I'm here with your order, he announced, keeping his tone polite. Internally, he grumbled, this better be worth the 50-coin coffee. The ghost sniffed the drink, her crimson eyes lighting up with delight. Ah, this smells heavenly. She took a sip, then another, then gulped the entire thing down with an audible sigh of satisfaction. This is delicious, she exclaimed, her face now glowing with serenity. To Jiang's surprise, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a fat stack of coins, handing them to him. I like this. Bring me a cup of coffee every day from now on, she declared. Jiang's eyes sparkled like a kid at a candy store. Of course, miss. Anything you say, he replied with a wide grin, practically bowing as he left the room. Outside, Jiang counted the coins with trembling hands, disbelief etched across his face. This is a fortune, he whispered. Thank you, O generous and wealthy ghost lady. Overwhelmed with joy, he practically sprinted to the vending machine, splurging on 2 packs of French fries, a box of biscuits, and a bottle of mineral water. But even in his giddy haze, the 500-coin flashlight loomed large in his mind. His face turned serious. No matter what, I have to buy this first. The moment he purchased the flashlight, a system notification popped up. Congratulations! You've acquired the special item. Flashlight, new challenge unlocked, sorrowful cry of the bloody night. Jiang froze. What the heck is a challenge mission? He muttered, but his musings were cut short by the sound of frantic footsteps. Xiao came sprinting toward him, terror plastered across her face. There's a monster chasing me, she screamed, trembling. It's right behind me. Please help me. I'll do anything if you save me. Jiang frowned, suspicious. Something about her wasn't right. Without hesitation, he punched her square in the face. Xiao stumbled backward, clutching her cheek in shock. Whoa, we're classmates. How could you hit me? She whimpered, wide-eyed and trembling. Jiang smirked, pointing a finger at her with exaggerated smugness. Don't even try to act cute. You might fool someone else, but not me. With my superior intellect, I can see through your lousy trick." Crossing his arms, he added with a mocking grin, "For your information, the real Li Xiao has a mole on her left breast. If you're going to copy someone, at least do your research." The ghost hissed, her face twisting into a horrifying grin as her body distorted. "So you saw through me. Impressive," she snarled. Her tone grew menacing. "But it doesn't matter. Tonight you'll be my prey." Jiang rolled his eyes, completely unfazed. With a flick of his wrist, he opened his bloody scissors and grinned. "Perfect timing," he said coolly. "I've been itching for some practice. Let's have some fun." The ghost lunged, but Jiang was faster. He struck first, thrusting the scissors into her midsection. Wait, she shrieked. "Give me a chance." "Oh no, you don't." Jiang cut her off, his voice icy. He stabbed her again, twisting the scissors for good measure. "Didn't anyone ever tell you? Villains always lose because they talk too much, and sneaking up on someone only works if you actually strike first." The ghost screamed in fury. "You're despicable, you're cheating," Jiang smirked, unfazed by her accusations. "Cheating? Sweetheart, this is survival, and you're just bad at it." With one final well-aimed stab, the ghost dissolved into nothingness. At 6 o'clock sharp, the hall was thick with tension, the air charged with the aftermath of another harrowing night. Whispers skittered around the room like restless ghosts. The survivors, visibly fewer in number, eyed each other with suspicion and exhaustion. The head nurse stepped forward, her piercing red eyes scanning the room. Then, to everyone's shock, she handed Jiang 3 envelopes. "Good work today," she said, a faint, almost unnatural smile tugging at her lips. Jiang blinked, stunned for a moment, before breaking into a delighted grin as he accepted the envelopes. Around him, envious murmurs rose like a low tide. "How is he getting extra coins? He hasn't even read the manual," one student grumbled. "He's so lucky, what's his secret?" another muttered. A girl sidled up to him, her eyes glinting with curiosity and mischief. "Hey," she said, tilting her head, "want to team up with me for tomorrow's tasks?" The atmosphere shifted as Li Jiahao, the ever-dutiful class president, stepped forward. His voice rang out, commanding the room's attention. "Classmates, please calm down," he began, his tone both confident and measured. "Since it's still early, there's something I want to share with you, and..." He paused, scanning the dwindling crowd like a battle commander surveying his troops. "As you've noticed, our numbers are already down to just a handful of us on the second day. At this rate, none of us will survive unless we start working together." A few heads nodded hesitantly while others exchanged skeptical glances. "Money, fame, those are things for the future," Li Jiahao continued, his voice growing impassioned. "But right now, if we want any chance of changing our lives, we have to seize this opportunity." To drive his point home, he brandished a gleaming sword, its blade catching the dim light. "Look," he declared, holding it high. "This sword, it's not a forbidden item, but it can damage mysterious creatures. And there's something special about the flashlight, too. However, we can only unlock its true potential if we manage to buy it." The room buzzed with murmurs again. Jiang, lurking near the back, watched with a mix of amusement and disdain. "Ah, so this is about figuring out why the head nurse praised me," Jiang thought, smirking. "And probably a way for him to collect everyone's coins for free. Clever, but not clever enough." With a dismissive wave, Jiang turned to leave. "If you're done, I'll be heading back." Li Jiahao hurried to block his path, his tone turning pleading. "Jiang, wait, think about it. What if you run into danger? If that happens, come to the 7th floor. I'll protect you with this sword. We can face whatever's out there together." Jiang raised an eyebrow, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Wow, what an offer. My own personal knight in shining armor. I'll think about it. Without waiting for a response, he brushed past Li Jiahao and made his way back to his room. Once inside, Jiang pulled out his newly acquired flashlight and inspected its details. Item: Description: This flashlight can illuminate darkness and dispel shadows. Essential for nighttime exploration. Usage limited to 3 hours. Below the description, another notification gleamed ominously. Challenge mission unlocked. Sorrowful cry of the bloody night. Task: venture out at night and uncover hidden clues. Jiang leaned back in his chair, tapping his chin thoughtfully. So, the head nurse warned us not to open our eyes after dark, huh? But now I've got this flashlight and some forbidden items on my side. Staying put isn't exactly in my nature. The stakes were crystal clear. Completing the main quest could secure him a spot at college, even with his abysmal entrance exam grades. But this challenge mission, that could catapult him into a league of elite, prestigious schools, the kind that didn't just offer scholarships, they fought to recruit you. He smirked, shaking his head at the notion of teamwork. This mysterious world isn't a place for cooperation. Everyone's out for themselves, and Li Jiahao, he's definitely not someone I'd trust with my life or my coins. With his plan decided, Jiang stretched out on his bed. I'll take a nap now, he muttered to himself, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Let's see what the night has in store. At 10 p.m., Jiang woke with a start, rubbing his eyes and grumbling. I almost fell asleep completely. Wouldn't that have been peaceful for once? A faint noise from outside his room froze him mid-stretch. His survival instincts kicked in and he stayed perfectly still. Wait, is this even an inpatient room anymore? He muttered, glancing around. It wasn't. The room had transformed. Gone was the eerie but familiar space he begrudgingly called his temporary home. Instead, the walls now dripped with shadows, the once sterile decor replaced by a setting straight out of a horror movie. What the hell is this? Jiang asked aloud, his heart pounding like an amateur drummer at their first gig. Is this how the hospital really looks? Because if it is, they need a new interior decorator, preferably one who's not from hell. He reached for his trusty flashlight and flicked it on. The beam pierced the suffocating darkness and a countdown appeared in his system. Flashlight duration, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Oh, great, Jiang muttered, gripping the flashlight like it was Excalibur. 3 hours to survive whatever fresh nightmare this is. No pressure. Suddenly, voices echoed from the hallway, faint and indistinct. Jiang's nerves screamed at him to stay put, but curiosity and stupidity won the battle. He tiptoed to the door and peered through the peephole. What he saw made his stomach drop. Someone or something was staring back at him. The figure didn't blink, it didn't move. Its face was distorted like a poorly drawn portrait come to life. Nope, 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 Jiang muttered, stumbling back from the door, his breath shallow. Then came the frantic cry. Help me! Please, open the door! The voice was desperate, trembling with fear. Jiang's heart raced as he recognized it. Lu Mengwei? He whispered, confused. Isn't he the quiet one? The pleading continued, more frantic this time. It's after me. Please, Jiang, open the door. I'm begging you. Jiang hesitated, his instincts screaming louder than the voice. I can't open this door. I don't know what's out there, and let's be real. If Lu Mengwei's actually dead, this world's rules mean he gets a second chance. He gripped his flashlight tighter, his mind racing. If I act impulsively, I'll just end up regretting it. And regretting things is kind of my brand at this point. His caution paid off. The voice outside warped, shifting into something cold and sinister. I hate you, Jiang. Go to hell. Blood began seeping under the door, pooling around his feet. Jiang's face twisted in disgust. Great. Just cleaned the floor yesterday. Thanks for that." The tension eased slightly as the presence outside seemed to vanish. But just as Jiang let out a relieved breath, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. "Why didn't you save me?" Jiang spun around, his heart threatening to leap out of his chest. His flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing a ghostly figure standing mere feet away. "How the hell did this thing get in here?" he muttered, his voice barely audible over the pounding of his heart. The ghost's hollow eyes bored into him, its voice dripping with sorrow and accusation. "We studied together for 3 years. How could you do this to me?" Jiang didn't flinch. He aimed the flashlight at the specter, his hands steady despite the panic clawing at his mind. The second the beam touched the ghost, its translucent body ignited like dry paper in a bonfire. It let out a blood-curdling scream as it writhed in agony. "I hate you! Just die!" It screeched before disintegrating into ash, leaving behind nothing but silence and a faint smell of burnt despair. Jiang wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, "This flashlight's a lifesaver, literally. Who knew Costco-quality lighting could kill ghosts?" As his breathing steadied, he began to reflect on the ghost's behavior. So it can get in on its own, but it still knocks first. Must have been an actor in its past life. Great performance, really. Oscar-worthy. Just as he started to relax, a faint sound broke the silence. Is that a woman crying?" Jiang whispered, straining his ears. The haunting sobs sent shivers down his spine, but before he could act, his system pinged with a notification. "Clue unlocked. Crying voice mission. Progress sorrowful cry of the bloody night. 10% complete." Jiang nodded thoughtfully. "So, a higher mission completion rate means better rewards. Great. Guess I need to find the source of this crying voice." He glanced at his flashlight, noting the timer. Flashlight duration 2 hours, 47 minutes. "Oh, not enough time," he admitted, frustration creeping into his voice. He sighed, setting the flashlight aside. "The system's not even triggering properly. Useless. I guess there's nothing I can do for now." With that, he stretched out on his bed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Sure, Jiang. Just sleep until morning. It's not like the creepy crying lady might visit next. Sweet dreams, buddy." The next day, Jiang found himself in room 403, standing before the red-haired ghost girl, her crimson locks cascading over her shoulders as she read a thick, dusty tome. He cleared his throat, recounting his night. In the middle of the night, someone was crying non-stop. "So noisy," he complained, his tone sharp with annoyance. "Do you know anything about that?" At first, she didn't react, but as his words sank in, her demeanor shifted. The playful, teasing glint in her eyes vanished, replaced by a sharp coldness. "Don't get involved," she warned, her voice as icy as a morgue slab. The sudden intensity threw Jiang off balance. What do you mean?" he stammered. Without warning, she grabbed his arm, her ghostly grip cold and unyielding. Leaning in close, she hissed, "Let it go. Don't dig into this." Jiang felt a chill creep up his spine, her words slicing through the room like a scalpel. The weight of her warning was impossible to ignore, and he reluctantly nodded. Fine, I'll back off. For now." As he left, though, one thought refused to leave his mind. This crying woman, she's connected to the head nurse somehow. Jiang headed to room 404 on the 8th floor, his assigned task for the day. But as he neared the staircase, a panicked voice called out behind him, "Brother Che!" Startled, Jiang spun around, pulling out his trusty bloody scissors, ready to stab whatever dared approach. Whoa, hold on!" his classmate Fu exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender. Recognizing him, Jiang lowered the scissors, but only slightly. "Fu, what are you doing here?" Fu's face was pale, his hands trembling. "Brother Che, I heard your task is on the 8th floor," he said, his voice shaky. I used to team up with Xiao Jun for the patients up there. Jiang raised an eyebrow. And? Fu nodded grimly. Last time, Xiao Jun went to the toilet and disappeared. When he reappeared, he said something strange. Jiang leaned in. What did he say? Fu hesitated before whispering. He said he was asked a question. Do you want red paper, yellow paper, or white paper? Jiang frowned, the absurdity of it not lost on him. What did he choose? White paper, Fu answered quietly, the fear in his voice palpable. Jiang rolled his eyes. What kind of haunted bathroom asks for stationary preferences? Brother Che, Fu pleaded, stepping closer. I know you don't like teaming up with anyone, but Xiao Jun quit after that. Can you help me? Just this once. Jiang studied Fu's face, trying to gauge his sincerity. After a long pause, a mischievous smile spread across his lips. All right, he said. I believe you. Let's see what this 8th floor bathroom is all about. Reaching the 8th floor restroom, Jiang was greeted by an odd system prompt. Are you here to defecate? Jiang chuckled darkly. Really, system? What are you, my digestive diary? Before he could comment further, a ghostly hand slipped under the stall door, holding 3 pieces of paper, red, white, and yellow. A disembodied voice spoke. Hey, visitor, do you? Jiang didn't wait for it to finish. He kicked the stall door open, smacking the ghost square in the face. Do I want red, yellow, or white paper? Really? What is this, kindergarten? Jiang angst, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The ghost froze, its hollow eyes wide with shock. Wait, isn't that my line? It thought. But Jiang was already mid-attack. He whipped out his bloody scissors and lunged at the ghost, yelling, Bring back Xiao Jun's life! What, are you just going to sit in a toilet and eat people now? The ghost, coughing up ectoplasmic blood, raised a hand in surrender. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Jiang didn't let up. Do you have any idea how expensive cremations are these days? And hosting a banquet after. I'm not dealing with that mess. Caught off guard, the ghost frantically pulled out a wad of cash. This is all my money. Please just let me go. Jiang paused, staring at the money. Well, he's got a point about the cremation costs. He muttered. Pocketing the cash, he stepped back and muttered, Lucky ghost to have a guy like me around, huh? The ghost, still trembling, looked at him in disbelief. What a blessing, it murmured. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Are you talking about me or Xiao Jun? The ghost didn't answer, but Jiang wasn't done. Grabbing the ghost by its hair, he demanded, Tell me where the patient in room 404 is. The ghost's trembling eyes darted around before it finally confessed. He's in the ladies' room next door. Please, I'm telling the truth. Jiang pushed open the creaking door to the ladies' room with a mix of trepidation and curiosity. Inside, he found not the chaos or haunting he'd expected, but an old bald ghost casually engrossed in a thick book. It looked up, its hollow eyes narrowing with irritation. Oh, great, Jiang muttered under his breath. A ghostly book club meeting. As he stepped closer, a system hint flashed in his vision. As a qualified man, what's wrong with alcohol addiction? Jiang sighed. I swear this system has some issues. Without hesitation, he reached into his bag and produced a bottle of Mao Tai, the unmistakable smell of strong liquor wafting into the air. The ghost squinted at him suspiciously. Little devil, if you want to live, leave me alone. I'm reading. Unfazed, Jiang waved the bottle enticingly. Come on, big brother, a little drink won't hurt. The bald ghost grumbled, but eventually succumbed to temptation. Reluctantly, it stepped out of the restroom, its hand snatching the bottle. It took a deep, satisfied gulp, swaying slightly as the alcohol worked its way through its ectoplasmic veins, or whatever ghosts had. "Big brother," Jiang asked casually, "do you know who's been crying at night? It's driving me nuts. I mean, I'm already trapped in a mysterious death trap. Do I need insomnia on top of it?" The ghost, now clearly tipsy, let out a snort. "Why do you want to know? If you keep poking around, the head nurse will definitely kill you." "That's fair," Jiang said dryly. "But humor me, what should I do?" The ghost's gaze flickered as it leaned in conspiratorially. "If you're really that curious, go up to the roof. Take a look for yourself." Jiang climbed the stairs to the hospital roof, each creak of the steps filling the silence with unease. As he stepped onto the flat open space, he was met with an eerie red sky that seemed to stretch infinitely. "Wow, ominous and depressing. 10 points for atmosphere," he muttered, scanning his surroundings. The rooftop was unsettlingly mundane. No corpses, no lurking monsters, just the endless red expanse above. He squinted, trying to spot landmarks or paths he had previously walked, but everything was shrouded in mystery. Is this how the mysterious world works? He wondered aloud. Or did someone just forget to finish rendering the map? His musings were interrupted when something caught his eye in a shadowy corner. Curious, he approached and found an old, dusty phone lying on the ground. As soon as he picked it up, a system notification blared in his mind. "Congratulations, you have obtained a special item. Mission Sorrowful Cry of the Bloody Night completion. Progress 50%. Jiang blinked, stunned. 50% already? Either I'm a genius or this world's standards are as low as my grades. He examined the phone closely, noting its eerie design and ominous energy. Before he could fully process the discovery, another system hint appeared. The unknown secret is hidden in the dark. When you peek at other people's secrets, perhaps others will also gaze back at you. Jiang shivered at the cryptic warning. Oh, great! A philosophical fortune cookie, just what I needed. Suddenly, a red aura enveloped him, sending a chill down his spine. The oppressive energy was unmistakable. It was above F rank. This is bad, he muttered, sweat beading on his forehead. I can handle F rank mysteries, but this feels like the head nurse. As if summoned by his dread, the head nurse appeared, her form radiating cold fury. She glared at him, her voice icy. What are you doing here? Jiang, quickly gathering his wits, forced a casual smile. Just taking a break. You know, a little fresh air never hurt anyone. Her expression darkened. Ignoring your assignments, are we? No. Jiang lied smoothly, pulling out his bloody scissors and subtly readying them. I've already brought the patient from room 404 back, but the smell in there was unbearable. I just needed a breather. The head nurse's eyes narrowed, studying him intently. Jiang held his breath, every muscle tensed. If she attacks, I'll reset. One chance, that's all I've got. To his surprise, she merely scoffed and waved him off. Get out, she barked, her tone sharp with warning. By 6 p.m., the hall was alive with tension. Jiang's classmates were huddled in heated whispers, their frustration with the class president boiling over. If it wasn't for that sword of his last time, we wouldn't have handed over all our sly coins, one fumed, fists clenched. Yeah, he's been embezzling from us, plain and simple, another chimed in. Someone suggested storming the president's stash and taking back their coins, but the memory of that sword, gleaming and menacing, kept their rebellion in check. Meanwhile, Jiang stood off to the side, pocketing the 50 sly coins he'd earned that day. A classmate smirked at him. You're lucky, aren't you? Glad I didn't team up with you. You seemed cool at first, but looks like it's just dumb luck. Jiang shrugged, his expression unreadable, though a pang of regret pricked at him. So that's what the class president's been up to, he thought bitterly, robbing us blind all along. Back in his room, Jiang set his sights on the mysterious phone he'd found on the rooftop. He fiddled with it, trying to power it on, but the device remained stubbornly dead. Typical, he muttered, slumping back into his chair. Then he remembered the system's cryptic hint. Secrets hidden in the dark. Of course, he said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. Because nothing suspicious ever happens during daylight hours. By 7:30 p.m., Jiang tried again. This time, the phone flickered to life. Smirking, he muttered, "As expected of me, I really am great at predicting these things." He navigated the phone's sparse contents and found only one video. Mysterious rooftop ghost phone with a single video? Yeah, this can't end badly, he quipped, pressing play. What he saw froze him in place. The video showed himself sitting on his bed, watching. Then in the video, the other Jiang turned and smiled, smirked, at the camera. It wasn't just unsettling, it was wrong. What the? Jiang started, but before he could finish, the ghostly Jiang in this video picked up a knife and began slicing into his own face. Pain erupted across Jiang's cheek. He gasped, touching his face to find a fresh wound, blood trickling down. No, he whispered, his voice trembling. The ghost Jiang didn't stop. The blade moved toward its chest, ready to stab. Jiang's panic skyrocketed. "Stop! Please, stop!" He screamed at the phone, but the video continued. Then it hit him. The flashlight. He grabbed it, fumbling to turn it on. Finally, the beam cut through the room's darkness, shining directly at the phone screen. The ghost, Jiang, let out an unholy screech. Its form twisted and writhed, screaming, "Turn it off! Turn it off!" "No chance," Jiang growled, keeping the flashlight steady. With a final ear-splitting wail, the ghost disintegrated into nothingness. Jiang slumped onto the bed, his body trembling. "That was way too dangerous," he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. "Thank goodness this flashlight works. Best investment ever." A system notification popped up. Challenge task, sorrowful cry of the bloody night. Progress 30%. 30%, Jiang groaned. "That's it. I almost got turned into a ghost piñata, and all I get is 30%. He glanced back at the phone. The video had only been 27 seconds long, but something nagged at him. Was that all there was? Curious, he played the next video. This time, the screen showed a nurse begging for her life. She was cornered by a shadowy figure whose laughter was as cruel as it was cold. "Don't be so difficult," the man mocked, his voice dripping with malice. "Do you want me to treat you like before?" The nurse struggled, tears streaming down her face. "Let me go," she cried, but the man's grip tightened. For a brief moment, the camera's light caught the nurse's face, and Jiang noticed a mole near the corner of her mouth. His heart skipped a beat. "That's the head nurse," he whispered, "when she was younger." The realization sent chills down his spine. If that's her, then who's that man? The video ended abruptly, leaving more questions than answers. Jiang replayed it, scouring every frame for clues. On his third watch, something caught his eye. A number scrawled on the wall in the background. 1401. The system pinged immediately. "You have obtained a hint for the challenge task Sorrowful Cry of the Bloody Night. Progress 60%. Jiang smirked. 60%, not bad. He looked at the phone, then back at the faint scar on his face. This is getting interesting. Time to find room 1401. Late at night, Jiang made the stellar decision to haul himself up to the 14th floor using the stairs. Genius move, really. By the time he reached the top, he looked and felt like a half-dead sloth. Should have taken the elevator, he muttered. But no, the system popped up like some smug personal trainer. using the elevator as a one-way ticket to Danger Town. Great, so stairs it was. He finally stumbled onto the 14th floor, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. The hallway stretched ahead, eerie and silent. Spotting a sign, he thought, "Cool, room 1401 should be somewhere around here." Then, click, clack. The sound of high heels echoed through the corridor. At first, Jiang's brain was like, oh, maybe it's someone stylish. But his gut immediately overruled. Nope, horror vibes. Ducking behind the wall, Jiang peeked out. Sure enough, a blood-soaked ghost nurse strolled by, knife in hand, as casual as if she were on her lunch break. Lucky for Jiang, she completely missed him and kept walking. He was just starting to unclench when, plot twist, a pack of tiny ghosts popped out of nowhere. They were grinning, wide-eyed, and way too enthusiastic. "Big bro, let's play," chirped one, climbing up his leg. "Nope, Jiang freaked out, grabbing his flashlight like it was a holy relic. He flashed it at the tiny terrors, watching them shriek and vanish in the light. But of course, the ghost nurse heard the commotion. She turned back, her blood-soaked knife glinting as she called out, "Evil insect!" Jiang spun around, flashlight still in hand, yelling, "You cheat! Where's the rule book for this nonsense?" It felt like he'd wandered into a paranormal courtroom drama. Instead of backing off, the ghost nurse dropped to her knees and started crawling toward him. Her movements were jerky, unnatural, and straight out of a cursed TikTok video. His flashlight flickered and died, classic. "Why do ghosts love chasing people?" Jiang yelled as he bolted up the stairs. At the rooftop door, he kicked it open, crashing outside into the night air. The ghost nurse stopped at the threshold, staring after him like, "Meh, not worth it." Jiang took a shaky breath, muttering, "Guess my gut instincts aren't total trash after all." As he caught his breath, Jiang scanned the rooftop. The red-tinged sky gave the place an apocalyptic glow. Something didn't feel right. Then a soft voice spoke behind him. "Who are you?" He whipped around, ready for another ghostly nightmare, but instead found a little girl. She had white hair, no shoes, and tears streaming down her cheeks. A system notification popped up. "You can now hear Xiao's thoughts." Her thoughts were heartbreaking. "Why is everyone scared of me? I just want to eat snacks and have friends." Jiang's heart clenched. For once, the sarcastic shell cracked. He knelt down, patting her head gently. "You're Xiao, right? Don't worry. Big bro's here to play with you." Cut to Jiang and Xiao at a vending machine on the 14th floor because, apparently, snacks are the universal solution to all supernatural problems. Jiang bought her an armful of goodies, and Xiao beamed, happily munching away. "You want to tag along with me?" he asked. Xiao nodded enthusiastically. "Anywhere you go, big bro." With her by his side, Jiang noticed that the creepy ghost nurse had mysteriously backed off. Guess even nightmare fuel has limits, he thought. When they reached room 1401, Jiang hesitated. The air felt heavy, like the room was holding its breath. He cracked the door open, stepping inside cautiously, with Xiao following close behind. Then he froze. The room was a hellscape. A wooden cross stood in the center, and from it dangled a corpse, bloody, twisted, and horrifying. Xiao tilted her head, curious. "What's wrong, big bro?" Jiang quickly turned, covering her eyes. "Don't look," he said, his voice urgent. Behind him, the corpse's eyes suddenly snapped open. Jiang's brain short-circuited. "Who TF is this? Who designs this stuff?" Before he could process the situation, the ghost nurse appeared, standing by the cross. She locked eyes with the corpse, her knife gleaming. The man started pleading. "I feel guilty. Please, don't." The ghost nurse didn't care. She lunged at him, stabbing over and over, blood splattering the walls. Jiang stood frozen, his mind screaming, "Nope, nope!" But then, he remembered Xiao. The little girl tugged at his sleeve. "Big bro, what's happening?" Jiang swallowed hard, forcing calm into his voice. Not a thing. Let's definitely keep those eyes shut." Jiang's heart stopped when the guy on the cross noticed him. "Help me," the man pleaded, his voice barely above a whisper. Jiang was frozen. He wasn't exactly Mr. Heroic, but this was on a whole new level of nope. The pleas got louder. "Help me!" Jiang didn't move, didn't breathe. His brain was screaming, "Is this real? Can I refund this mission?" Then the ghost nurse, clearly not a fan of noise, strolled over to the man. Without hesitation, she cut out his tongue. Jiang's internal monologue went into overdrive. "This can't get worse, right? Right?" Spoiler, it did. The man's head lolled for a second, lifeless. Jiang thought, "Thank God it's over." But nope. 2 seconds later, the guy's eyes snapped open and he screamed, "It hurts, let me go, please stop!" And then it all started over. The pleading, the stabbing, the resurrection. It was like someone hit the repeat trauma button, and Jiang was stuck watching the worst episode of Hell's Kitchen ever. Is this some cursed loop of misery? He wondered, his horror mounting with every cycle. Even Xiao, his tiny ghost buddy, started picking up the bad vibes. She tugged at his sleeve, her voice a shaky whisper. "Big bro, I'm not feeling good. Can we go?" That snapped Jiang out of his paralysis. Protective mode activated. "Yeah, let's bounce. Just keep your eyes closed, okay?" Xiao nodded, clinging to his arm as they made their way back to the rooftop. But once they were safely out of the room, she asked softly, "Can I open my eyes now?" Jiang, ever the improviser, whipped out a giant lollipop like it was the cure for existential dread. "Here," he said, holding it out. Xiao's face lit up like a Christmas tree. "For me?" He nodded. "You like it?" "I love it," she squealed, clutching it like it was the Holy Grail. But her excitement dimmed as a realization hit her. She looked up at Jiang with big, sad eyes. "Big bro, will you come play with Xiao again?" Jiang patted her head with a warm smile. "Of course I will. See you soon, okay?" As he turned to leave, a notification popped up in the air like a glowing reminder of how weird his life had become. Challenge mission, Sorrow of the Bloody Night. Completion progress, 70%. Jiang grinned. "Oh, 70%, nice. Almost there." Heading down the stairs, Jiang started reflecting on why he even took this nightmare-inducing challenge. The rewards were insane. Admission to top-tier universities and a school bonus of $1 million. But that wasn't the real reason. His family. Even though he'd transmigrated into this world, his family situation was the same as his old life. His parents had disappeared a decade ago, leaving his sister to raise him. She should have been living her best life, but instead, she'd worked herself to the bone to take care of him. The thought of everything she'd sacrificed made Jiang clench his fists. "I'm going to finish this challenge, no matter what. My sister's finally going to catch a break. No more grinding just to make ends meet. She deserves it." As if his night wasn't exhausting enough, guess who decided to show up? The class president himself, Li Jiahao. The guy was strolling around like he owned the place, holding some obnoxiously shiny flashlight. Jiang immediately recognized it. Wait a sec, that's the 500 sly coin flashlight. He must have unlocked his own challenge mission. Li Jiahao spotted Jiang and naturally went full douche mode. "Oh, you actually made it here? Great. Looks like we've got the same clue. Now move. Don't get in my way." Jiang shrugged, completely unbothered. "Look, bro, do what you want, but I'm telling you now, you might not want to mess with the 14th floor. But hey, not my problem if you end up as ghost bait." Predictably, Li Jiahao puffed up like an angry rooster. If you came back alive, why can't I? Don't even think about hogging all the rewards. I'm getting that prize no matter what." Jiang rolled his eyes so hard they nearly got stuck. "All right, dude. See you in the afterlife, I guess." At precisely 6:50 a.m., chaos was brewing elsewhere. A girl's voice rang out like a fire alarm in a library. "What kind of sick joke is this? Forced injections for patients? Are you kidding me? Who even writes missions like this?" Another girl chimed in, just as exasperated. "I knew something was off the moment I stepped into this freak show. Isn't the first mission supposed to be like F-level easy? But here we are, knee-deep in E-level crazy." Xiao, always curious, piped up. "Wait, isn't E difficulty supposed to be for the next group?" Fu nodded grimly, like he'd just been informed his puppy was actually a demon. "Yep, and get this, 13 people are already dead. The worst part? They all had spirit contracts. Only Ye Qingyao survived, and that's probably because her spirit's way more OP than the rest." A boy in the group finally snapped, throwing his hands up like he was auditioning for a reality show meltdown. "I've had enough, I'm done. I don't care if resurrection is possible. The pain feels too real. I'm not getting tortured to death by these freaks again." Right on cue, a system notification popped up in front of him, like a passive-aggressive text from a bad breakup. "Do you want to exit the mysterious world? Warning, exiting equals mission failure." Without hesitation, the boy clicked confirm and yeeted himself out of there. Watching him peace out, 2 girls followed suit, throwing in their metaphorical towels. Jiang, observing the mass exodus, thought to himself, "Dang, today's missions really broke everyone. Guess not everyone's cut out for ghost drama." Before Jiang could stew too long in his thoughts, Li Jiahao showed up, alive and shockingly intact after his little 14th floor ghost adventure. Jiang couldn't hide his shock. Did this guy stumble into a cheat code? Li Jiahao wasted no time. "Hey," he said, strolling up like he wasn't a walking disaster. "You guys got any awakening points left?" Instead of answering, Li Xiao and Fu exchanged awkward looks, the kind that screamed, "You don't want to know." Jiang, thoroughly confused, blurted out, "Wait, what's up with that reaction? Have you guys already died once?" Li Jiahao crossed his arms and sighed dramatically. "Yeah, after I split from you, that psycho nurse on the 14th floor killed me." Li Xiao jumped in. "I got crushed by a falling roof yesterday." Fu added, deadpan, "Flying cabinet, not a vibe." Jiang's jaw hit the floor. "You guys are still hanging around after that? Why not just quit while you're still, alive?" Li Xiao, ever the overachiever, puffed up her chest. "Listen, as long as I nail this main quest, I've got a shot at Qingdao University. Plus all this creepy ghost drama. It's only fired me up. I'm not backing down that easy. It's either Qingdao University or Qingming Festival. So let's crush today's task and show them what we're made of." Meanwhile, Jiang was wrapping up his task of giving injections to patients. Surprisingly, it had gone smoothly. He even muttered to himself, "That wasn't too bad. My patients are surprisingly chill. Or maybe I just know how to manage people. Yeah, it's probably that." As he left the room, he nearly ran into Li Jiahao, who was, wait for it, waiting for him. Jiang blinked in surprise. "Let me guess. You need my help with a mission, right?" "No thanks." Before Li Jiahao could even respond, Jiang continued, "I'm not risking my neck for you. Your mood swings are too whack for me to handle, like pick a personality, dude." Shockingly, Li Jiahao dropped to his knees. "I'm sorry, all right," he blurted out, practically begging. "I shouldn't have been a jerk earlier, but I'm out of options. This mysterious challenge mission, it's everything to me." Jiang gave him a side eye. "And this involves me how, exactly? Besides, don't bother apologizing. I wasn't fooled by your sly coin games. Rejected, Li Jiahao started to walk away, muttering under his breath. The head nurse's room has clues. A patient told me room 1401 is under her watch. I wanted to check it out yesterday, but didn't quite make it back in time to revive. That caught Jiang's attention. He grabbed Li Jiahao's shoulder, a sly grin spreading across his face. Class Prez, what are you even saying, man? We're classmates. Of course, we've got to help each other. I mean, come on, I even avenged Xiao Jun yesterday. Don't believe me? Go ask around. Feeling encouraged, Li Jiahao spilled the tea about his mission. Jiang listened carefully, thinking, this better not get me killed, but hey, what's life without a little ghost drama? The chaos kicked off in a room that looked like a 5-star hotel if said hotel catered exclusively to the undead. A fat ghost lounged on the bed, its massive frame sprawled out like a deflated beanbag. It grumbled, guess I need to ask the head nurse for a new bed. This one's toast. Then, bang! The door practically exploded off its hinges. In stormed the 4th-floor ghost gang, led by none other than Jiang, wielding a comically oversized injection like a knight brandishing a sword. He looked dead serious, pun absolutely intended. The fat ghost bolted upright, looking like a cat caught mid-counter jump. What's all this about? It mumbled, clearly in no shape to fight or flee. Before it could piece things together, a spectral roar erupted from behind Jiang. The OG ghost from room 404 stormed in, pointing dramatically. Who messed with my little bro? Cue absolute pandemonium. The 4th-floor squad didn't wait for explanations. They dogpiled the fat ghost like rowdy kids in a dodgeball match, injecting him with glowing ghost medicine, while Jiang leaned casually against the wall, completely unfazed. Li Jiahao, standing off to the side, was gobsmacked. This is an E-level mystery, and Jiang somehow has these ghosts taking orders like he's their CEO, he muttered. Jiang finally leaned over, giving Li Jiahao a calm but ominous look. Now, about that head nurse's room. A short while later, Jiang was at the elevator, because apparently ghost hospitals do have modern conveniences. Li Jiahao had informed him it was the only way to the head nurse's hideout on the negative 4th floor, aka the spooky basement of nightmares. He pressed the button. The elevator dinged, announcing in a disturbingly cheerful tone, "Going down." Standing beside him was a pink-haired ghost, with hollow black eyes and a chill yet creepy vibe, like she was auditioning for the role of goth barista hash one in a supernatural sitcom. You heading to the morgue? She asked casually. Yeah, Jiang replied, not missing a beat. I'm going to the morgue. The ghost gave him a long, dubious look, muttering, what kind of lunatic chooses to go there? Even I'm freaked out by ghosts. And I am one. Sighing, she decided to make conversation anyway. You know, this hospital's been around for like 100 years. Sure, we treat the sick, but we also send plenty of folks to the morgue. Thing is, the morgue's super quiet, so sometimes the corpses just get bored. They sneak out for a little fun. Jiang squinted at her. Wait, you're telling me dead bodies just casually wander off to play hide-and-seek or something? She shrugged. Yep, sounds wild, right? Even for me. To top it off, she flashed a sinister little grin and held up her arm, revealing an empty wrist. To tell us apart, the head nurse hangs these fancy red number tags on each patient. Mine's gone, though. Jiang smirked and held up a shiny red tag. This what you're looking for? Her jaw practically unhinged. How long have you had that? Give it back. She snatched it out of his hand, muttering, this dude's way too sneaky for a human. The elevator jerked to a stop. The doors slid open to reveal one of those dim, abandoned lower levels that only exist in horror movies. The pink-haired ghost immediately went into panic mode, smashing the close doors button like her afterlife depended on it. "What's with the panic?" Jiang asked, annoyingly calm. Without even looking at him, she snapped, "Damn thing's always broken. You'd think they'd fix this by now. Like, I get it, it's a haunted hospital, but come on." Then they both heard it. A wet, squelchy sound echoing down the hallway. They peeked out, and there he was, a boy standing in the middle of the corridor with his head split open like a cracked egg. Jiang started, but before he could finish, Openhead Ghost locked eyes with them and bolted toward the elevator like he was auditioning for Ghost Olympics. The pink-haired ghost, absolutely losing it. She jabbed the close doors button like her fingers were on fire. The doors finally began to slide shut, and she exhaled in relief. Thank God! Jiang, with his infinite ability to ruin a good moment, reached over and stopped the doors mid-close. "Hey, what are you doing?" she shrieked, metaphorical eyes bulging. Jiang gestured toward the hallway. "Don't you see he's trying to catch the elevator? You ever think maybe he has, like, urgent ghost business? Wouldn't it hurt your conscience to just leave him hanging?" She stared at him, utterly flabbergasted. "Conscience? You're talking to ghosts. What is wrong with you?" Too late. Openhead Ghost slipped inside, squeezing into the cramped space. Now there were 3 of them. Jiang gave him a once-over, then asked completely deadpan, "So, how do you, wash your head?" Both ghosts glared at him, their expressions screaming, "We are so done with this guy." The elevator's cheerful ding announced, "Next stop, -2." And the doors slid open to reveal half a ghost. A girl whose body ended at her torso floated next to a wheelchair, looking about as desperate as a kid caught cheating on a test. Can I get in?" she asked, her voice trembling. Jiang, ever the polite and mildly psychotic Uber driver, stepped aside with a gentlemanly wave. "Come on in, plenty of room." Once she floated into the wheelchair, Jiang, in his infinite lack of tact, glanced at her with a completely serious expression. "So, how do you go to the bathroom?" The wheelchair ghost froze, her ethereal form flickering. "Excuse me." Before she could murder him again, the elevator dinged again. -3. The doors opened to reveal an old grandma ghost standing in the dim hallway, looking lost as heck. Jiang, holding the door open like some cursed concierge, waved her in. "Ma'am, this your ride? Let me help you out." The grandma ghost stepped in, her hollow eyes locking onto Jiang. A toothy grin crept across her face. Think less sweet grandma baking cookies and more grandma considering how to season you. "Well, look at that," she said, voice dripping with malice. "This kid's got guts, love it. That's the kind of spirit I like." Then, without warning, she licked her lips in a way that could only be described as serial killer chic. "I'm really into his boldness," she mused, her creepy grin widening. But when she noticed the cramped elevator filled with other ghosts, her excitement dropped faster than Jiang's hopes for survival. Jiang, oblivious to the danger radiating from every corner of the elevator, leaned over and pointed at her teeth. "Yo, where'd you get your dentures? They're a dental clinic in the mysterious world or something?" That was it. The pink-haired ghost snapped, her hollow eyes practically glowing with rage. "Enough already!" she screamed, her neck cracking open like a Pez dispenser to reveal a second mouth, complete with teeth that looked ready to devour Jiang whole. Before she could channel her inner predator, the open-head ghost, clearly done with the entire situation, chimed in. "I've been putting up with his jabbering for way too long. Can I have him now?" Wheelchair ghost wasn't having it. No, he's mine. Do you even know the meaning of modesty, you deformed freak?" Grandma Ghost, offended on a personal level, smacked the wheelchair ghost upside the head. "What did you just call me? Who do you think you're talking to, young one?" Then, like a prize announcer at a ghostly auction, she pointed to Jiang and declared, "This boy is mine. Hands off, everyone." As the four of them devolved into a bickering free-for-all, the elevator dinged again. -4. The doors slid open to reveal the basement of every horror movie ever. The pink-haired ghost, suddenly realizing their prize was missing, spun around in panic. "Wait, where'd he go?" Yep. Jiang had pulled a Houdini and slipped out of the elevator mid-chaos. Jiang wandered the basement halls, the musty air thick with the scent of death and regret. His system pinged him with a hint. Ghosts are selfish creatures. They'll fight each other before they share their prey. "Noted," Jiang muttered. "No thanks to being tonight's snack." He stumbled into the morgue, where rows of eerie silence greeted him. For a moment he thought, finally, some peace. No snarky ghosts, no shady looks. This place might actually be relaxing. Of course, that didn't last. As Jiang poked around, he spotted familiar faces, or rather corpses, his classmates. "Well, things just got weird," he muttered, glancing at their pale, lifeless bodies. In the corner of the room, a dusty diary and a pile of old photos caught his eye. Curiosity got the better of him, and he picked it up, flipping to the first page. The diary started off innocent enough. August 25th, Year X. I practiced for the first time today. I finally made my dream come true. It's a lot of work, but I'm so happy. I want to be just like my teacher and help people just like him. How sweet, Jiang thought, flipping to the next entry. September 12th, Year X. Jijing visited the inpatient department today. A cute little boy from a small island came in. He didn't cry and took his injection like a champ. What a brave kid. He reminded me of my childhood. Wholesome, Jiang muttered. But as he kept reading, the tone shifted. March 28th, Year X. Teacher Niu Tian praised me today. Said I've got mad skills and might take over his role one day. Finally, validation. I'll live up to his expectations. But by September, things went sideways. September, Year X. Why did Teacher Niu Tian do this? I admired him, thought he was my role model. Why is this happening? Why is no one helping me? Everything feels gross. They're all staring at me like it's my fault. I just want some peace. Jiang frowned. Okay, this is taking a turn. The final entries were downright unhinged. November, Year Hex. I'm going to smash them all. I'll kill them all. I'll make them pay. The diary ended with frantic scrawls. Jiang's system pinged again. Challenge hint unlocked. The killer's tale. Progress 99%. Of course, Jiang grumbled. 99%, what a tease. Then the system went full red alert. Attention all challengers. The mysterious challenge has temporarily switched to nightmare mode. The killer from 50 years ago is coming back after dark. Li Jiahao, Li Xiao, and Fu were immediately shook. Jiang, on the other hand, he grinned like a lunatic. Nightmare mode, high death rates but better rewards. His eyes gleamed. VIP challenge mode, here I come. The system hit him with one last blow. Challenge mission changed. Sorrowful cry of the bloody night has turned into the last survivor. Jiang stared at the update, his grin fading into a deadpan glare. Seriously, is the system just screwing with me at this point? But deep down, he knew this wasn't over. Jiang was having a moment in the morgue when he heard a soft, ominous sound behind him. He froze, his brain screaming, please let that be a rat. Or even a cockroach, anything but. Jiang? Nope, it was worse. the head nurse herself standing there like a ghostly Karen catching someone sneaking into the break room snacks. She tilted her head, looking more confused than angry. "How did you even get here? And what are you doing?" Caught red-handed snooping through her cryptic diary, Jiang's internal monologue kicked into high gear. "Oh, cool. Perfect. Now she's asking questions like we're about to bond over coffee." Nope. Instead of answering, Jiang bolted like his life depended on it. Which, let's face it, it did. The head nurse just stood there, watching him run like she was thinking, "Kids these days, always in a rush." Jiang sprinted to the first-floor elevator, smashing the button like it owed him money. When the doors opened, there stood Li Jiahao, Li Xiao Zaiyu, and Fu, waiting inside like this was a planned meetup. Fu, ever the concerned friend, asked, "Yo, you good?" Jiang blinked at them, still catching his breath. "What are you guys doing here?" Li Xiao grabbed his hand, her face full of worry. "Are you okay?" Jiang, now thoroughly confused, glanced at her, then at the others. "Hold up. Why are you all even in this elevator with me? Is this a group therapy session or what?" Once they were all squished together in the elevator, Jiang dropped the bomb. "So, the head nurse was chilling in the morgue. She didn't try to kill me, which is weird." The others stared at him, processing this bit of unsettling information. "Anyway," Jiang continued, his tone serious, "nightmare mode is no joke, especially for those of you with 0 resurrection points. Basically, if we keep going, we're all screwed. Might want to think about quitting while you're ahead." Fu looked like he'd been told Christmas was cancelled. Li Xiao glanced nervously at Li Jiahao. But Li Jiahao, he wasn't having it. "I don't care if it's dangerous," he said, his voice firm. "If I clear this challenge, the rewards will be worth it." Fu, the eternal voice of reason, threw his hands in the air. "Bro, are you out of your mind? Nightmare mode's got like a 99% death rate. You trying to get us all killed?" Li Jiahao held his ground. "Look, I don't want to die, but I've got no choice. I already took all your coins. If I bail now, I'll owe everyone big time." That hit Fu hard. He looked torn, the gears in his brain clearly grinding. Finally, he sighed, still looking nervous as heck. "Okay, the group leaders got spirit, sure, but my life matters too, so, I'll peace out first. Don't want to drag y'all down." Before leaving, Fu turned to Jiang, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "Just do your best, bro. I'm trusting you." And with that, he bailed like a rat off a sinking ship. Jiang looked at the 2 remaining teammates. "So, y'all still want to keep going?" Li Jiahao and Li Xiao didn't answer. Instead, they gave him the most pitiful, "Please don't let us die" puppy dog eyes ever. Then they grabbed his legs like he was their last hope. "Please help us," they begged in unison. Jiang sighed, dragging a hand down his face. Fine, but if you guys want to throw your lives away, don't blame me when you die, okay?" Meanwhile, back in the morgue, the head nurse was still standing in front of the diary, her expression smug. She looked like a villain savoring their evil plan coming to fruition. She reached out, ran her fingers over the diary's cover, and licked her lips in a way that screamed unhinged. "I've been waiting for nightmare mode for this long," she muttered, her voice dripping with anticipation. The diary lay open, revealing the final twist. The killer from 50 years ago wasn't some random ghost. It was the head nurse herself. As if on cue, the entire system spazzed out, throwing up bright red warnings for every challenger. Warning, the killer will awaken at midnight. Nightmare mode is now active. With mere minutes left before the clock struck midnight, the hospital dissolved into a chaotic hellscape. The air grew colder, shadows danced unnaturally on the walls, and distant screams echoed in the halls like the universe itself was mocking their predicament. Jiang, Xiao, and Li Jiahao huddled together in Jiang's room, their collective anxiety bubbling over. "We'll be fine if we stick together," Li Jiahao said, his voice shaking with false bravado. "Strength in numbers, right?" Before anyone could agree, or more likely sarcastically point out that their numbers weren't exactly overwhelming, a deafening bang rattled the door. "Open up!" The head nurse's voice boomed from the other side. "Staying together at night is not allowed." The trio froze, exchanging panicked glances. The head nurse wasn't the patient type. With an inhuman roar and strength that screamed boss-level villain, she smashed the door to pieces, wood splinters flying like confetti at the worst party ever. There she stood, knife in hand, her piercing eyes locking onto them like a predator savoring its prey. She took a step forward, the bloodied blade catching the dim light, and the trio's collective courage dropped straight through the floor. Li Jiahao, trying to play the hero, unsheathed his sword and stood between his friends and the nurse. "Run! I'll hold her off!" Li Xiao's eyes filled with tears. "No, I'm not leaving you." "There's no time to argue," Li Jiahao barked, glancing nervously at the advancing head nurse. "Go before it's too late." Frozen in fear, Li Xiao hesitated too long. The head nurse lunged, slashing at her legs with terrifying precision. Li Xiao's scream tore through the room, echoing down the hallway. Jiang hesitated, caught between guilt and survival. He glanced back at her, yelling, "Hurry up! Don't let her!" But it was too late. The head nurse's knife came down again and again and again, silencing Li Xiao's screams in a pool of crimson horror. Lo Jiahao ran, abandoning his friends without a second thought. Jiang, his heart heavy with anger and sorrow, forced himself to flee as the head nurse's furious screams followed them up the staircase. When they finally stopped running, Jiang and Li Jiahao gasped for air, their lungs burning as much as their guilt. Li Jiahao started rambling, his voice breaking. "I had no choice. I had to run. My dad is sick. My mom left me. My grandpa died. My life's been so hard." Jiang rounded on him, his fury boiling over. "Do you think Li Xiao's life wasn't hard? She just wanted us to survive together. She even planned to take us all out for dinner to celebrate if we made it." Li Jiahao had no comeback. He just looked down, ashamed as the weight of his cowardice sank in. Reaching the rooftop, Jiang shoved open the door and found Xiao waiting there, smiling like a child at Christmas. "Jiang, you came to play with me," she chirped, her voice full of innocent joy. Jiang managed a weak smile but shook his head. "Not today, Xiao. I need to tell you something." The sharp click of high heel on the floor cut him off. Li Jiahao spun around, his face draining of color. The head nurse was there, her eyes blazing with fury. She had caught up to them, and this time there was nowhere left to run. Jiang instinctively shielded Xiao with his arms, standing between her and the head nurse's overwhelming aura of death. Knowing they couldn't fight something so powerful, Jiang made a desperate move. "Wait!" he shouted, his voice trembling but loud enough to make the head nurse pause. She tilted her head, knife hovering midair, curiosity momentarily halting her rage. Jiang took a deep breath and began to speak. "Before you do anything, let me tell you a story." The head nurse's expression twitched, but she didn't interrupt, so Jiang pressed on. Drawing from the diary he had found in the morgue, he started, "Once, there was a little girl who dreamed of becoming a nurse. She worked hard, wanting to help people and make the world a better place. Eventually, she achieved her dream and was admired by everyone for her dedication. But one day, she saw something horrific." The head nurse's grip on the knife tightened, her expression darkening. "She caught her mentor taking benefit a helpless patient," Jiang continued, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "She tried to stop him. She wanted to protect the patient, but she couldn't. Instead, she became his victim too. The head nurse's breathing grew ragged, her eyes glossing over as Jiang's words hit too close to home. To silence her, the mentor used his influence to promote her to head nurse, but the promotion came at a cost. Rumors spread that she had earned her position immorally. No one believed her. She lost the trust of her patients and became isolated, betrayed by the very people she wanted to help. Ayeng stood in front of the head nurse, his expression unreadable as he delivered his revelation. With a calm, almost maddening composure, he said, "You know, the tragic heroine of that story? Yeah, that was you." The head nurse froze, her fingers tightening around the bloodied knife. Her lips curled into a snarl, but Jiang pressed on, his voice filled with sympathy. "The worst part of what happened to you wasn't the humiliation or the rumors. It was the loss of trust, the thing you spent your whole life building." Hearing his words, the head nurse let out a blood-curdling scream, a sound that made even Jiang flinch. The weight of her buried memories crashed over her like a tidal wave. "They deserved it," she shrieked, her voice breaking. "Every single one of them. That's why I cut them all to pieces." Jiang, somehow keeping his cool, raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I don't doubt they deserved punishment, but let's be real here. Mutilating people isn't exactly therapeutic. You've been carrying this rage like it's some kind of designer purse, but it's not you." The head nurse hesitated, her knife wavering. Jiang took a step closer. "Look, I get it. You're angry, and you should be. But deep down, you're still the same person who once gave her patients everything she had. Don't believe me? Xiao is proof of that." The head nurse blinked, her rage flickering with confusion. Jiang revealed his theory, stepping fully into the spotlight like he was delivering the twist in a soap opera. "At first, I thought Xiao was your daughter. You know, a creepy kid showing up in a cursed hospital. Seemed plausible. But then I realized the truth. Xiao isn't your child. She's you, or at least the part of you that you tried to lock away. The last fragment of your humanity." The head nurse's expression twisted in disbelief and anguish as Jiang's words struck home. "Do you really want to carry this curse forever?" Jiang asked, his voice softer now. "Is this the life you chose for yourself?" The head nurse's hands trembled, her anger cracking under the weight of Jiang's plea. But just as her defenses began to crumble, Li Jiahao made his move. Without warning, he stabbed Xiao, his sword slicing through her small frame. Her pained cry echoed like a thunderclap. Li Jiahao grinned, drunk on his own arrogance. "There, with her dead, your power should be broken. The test is cleared and the rewards are mine." His triumph was short-lived. A heartbeat later, his head separated from his body, the blade of the head nurse's knife flashing faster than anyone could react. Li Jiahao's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, his stunned expression frozen in death. The head nurse smirked, her voice laced with venom. "You thought killing Xiao would save you? Idiot." As the head nurse turned her attention back to Jiang, Xiao, barely standing, stepped between them. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered, "Please, stop." The head nurse snarled, "It's not enough. They haven't paid for their sins." Xiao looked up at her, her tearful gaze piercing through the rage. "I'm not talking about them," she said softly. "I'm talking about us. You and me." The head nurse froze, her fury faltering as Xiao's words sank in. "I know how much you're hurting," Xiao said, stepping closer. "I feel it too. But I don't want to see you suffer anymore." With trembling hands, Xiao embraced the head nurse. Her voice was tender, like a lullaby. "Let's finally rest. Please." As Xiao's form began to fade, the head nurse's knife clattered to the ground. Her hands trembled, her eyes wide with realization. For the first time in decades, the rage that had consumed her gave way to something else. Exhaustion. Jiang sat down at the edge of the rooftop, his legs giving out beneath him. He gazed at the horizon as the blood-soaked sky shifted to a tranquil blue. Behind him, the head nurse's body dissolved into shimmering fragments. Her tears evaporated into the air, carried away on a gentle breeze. A notification window appeared before Jiang. "Congratulations! The goodness shard of Killer Xiao has been successfully refined. The challenge in the secret world has officially ended. Participants will now return to the real world." Jiang exhaled, the weight of it all crashing down on him. It was over. Finally. Reaching into his jacket pocket, he pulled out a pair of tiny shoes he had planned to give Xiao so she wouldn't have to run barefoot anymore. Now, the shoes were nothing more than a memory, a reminder of something precious, lost forever. Jiang, exhausted but content, let out a sigh as he glanced at the system windows flashing before him. The list of rewards and enhanced stats was impressive. "Finally," he muttered with a faint smile. "Time to go home and maybe sleep for a week." But of course, fate, or the cursed system, had other plans. Just as he braced for the familiar path back to reality, the system glitched. The glowing portal of escape dissolved into static. "Wait, what the—" Jiang barely had time to finish his sentence before everything around him dissolved into white noise. Meanwhile, in the real world, the surviving students waited anxiously in the classroom where they were supposed to regroup. Only a handful remained, each scarred by the horrors they'd faced. The principal stood before them, his expression unreadable. Fu, one of the survivors, stepped forward. "Are you certain the nightmare regime began after you left?" the principal asked. "I'm sure," Fu replied, his voice shaky. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have escaped. The last time I saw Li Xiao, Li Jiahao, and Jiang—" He trailed off, unable to finish. The tension in the room thickened. The principal's lips pressed into a thin line. "Then only one of them could have survived," he said gravely. A skeptical voice piped up from the back. "Jiang? Survive? Please, that guy's too lazy to outlast a hangover, let alone a nightmare trial." "Doesn't matter who it is," the principal snapped. "What matters is that the survivor will bring pride to this school." But a question lingered in the room, unspoken but heavy. If the trial was over, why hadn't the survivor returned yet? Jiang, meanwhile, found himself standing before the heavenly prison, a place that had haunted his dreams for as long as he could remember. Towering steel fences rose endlessly, leading to an imposing gate. "Seriously? This place again?" he muttered, irritated. To his surprise, the gate creaked open at his touch, inviting him inside. His instincts screamed to turn back, but curiosity and a touch of masochism pushed him forward. Within the tower, an ancient spiral staircase loomed. As Jiang approached, a system window appeared before him, labeling him as slave. "Oh, great," Jiang said, rolling his eyes. "From survivor to slave. Love the career progression." Before he could complain further, a blinding light enveloped him, and his awareness expanded. Visions of the tower filled his mind, every corner, every dark secret, every oppressive shadow. It wasn't just a dream. The tower was real, and now, Jiang realized, he could control it. His moment of triumph was interrupted by a spider dangling in front of him from a long silk thread. He swatted it away with a grimace. "Oh, this place just keeps getting uglier." A strange aura deep within the tower caught Jiang's attention. Intrigued, he followed it, climbing floor after floor until he reached its source. There he found her, a chained girl radiating an eerie, sinister energy. At first, Jiang's face lit up. "Oh, another beauty," he said with a grin. But his joy turned to frustration when he noticed a glaring problem. The girl was Headless Ghost. "Well, a mood killer," he muttered, running a hand through his hair. A system notification identified her as Yao Man, headless dark spirit, sympathy level 0. The system explained that raising her sympathy level would grant Jiang the ability to control her and even acquire some of her powers. Jiang smirked. A challenge, huh? All right, let's do this. Jiang started with the obvious, bribery. He offered Xiaoman various foods only to watch her aura grow darker with every failed attempt. Seriously, not even chocolate, he said, exasperated. What kind of monster are you? He tried jokes, compliments, and even a tragic monologue about his terrible life. Nothing worked. Finally, inspiration struck. Hey, he said, leaning against a wall. How about we get out of this dump? Fresh air, open skies, not being trapped in a haunted tower. For a moment, Xiaoman hesitated. Her aura flickered and she inched closer, her chains rattling softly. A system window flashed. Extend your hand to Xiaoman and offer her a deal. Jiang did as instructed. Look, he said, his tone surprisingly gentle. I'll help you find your head if you agree to come with me. Deal? Xiaoman's response was less than warm. She conjured a web of magical chains aiming to bind him. The chains shattered one by one as they touched Jiang. Calm and unbothered, he smirked. You're not the first spirit to underestimate me. Won't be the last. With a dramatic flourish, Jiang materialized a contract scroll. His gaze turned icy and his voice dropped. Sign this. Become my subordinate spirit, and I'll help you. Refuse and, well, let's just say you'll regret it. Xiaoman grabbed the scroll, her headless body trembling with barely contained rage. She read each clause, her anger growing with every line. Just as she prepared to tear the contract apart, her eyes fell on one clause, a promise from Jiang to help her recover her lost head. She hesitated, torn between indignation and a glimmer of hope. Back in the school's classroom, the faculty sat in a heated discussion, their faces scrunched in confusion and concern. The trials were over, yet chaos reigned, and their theories about the survivors spiraled into absurdity. Their debate screeched to a halt when a loud pop signaled someone's reappearance. The room collectively turned toward the glowing portal, their jaws dropping as none other than Jiang strolled into the classroom. For a moment, the room was silent, as if everyone needed extra time to process what they were seeing. Then chaos erupted. Him? A student blurted, voice dripping with disbelief. No way! Another exclaimed. Yang, the guy who once skipped PE because he said running was bad for his soul? Maybe he cheated, someone whispered, earning a glare from the principal. Among the disbelievers, one student remained calm, Jiang's sole fan in the room. This devoted comrade beamed with pride. I knew he could do it, he declared, standing tall in his corner of the room. You all doubted him, but I believed. The teachers swarmed Jiang like bees around a hive, their voices overlapping as they bombarded him with questions. How did you survive? Was it terrifying? Did you unlock some secret technique? The principal shoved a steaming cup of tea into Jiang's hands with a broad smile. You've made us proud. You're the shining beacon of hope for this school now. Jiang opened his mouth to respond, only to be cut off. No need to be shy, the principal continued, his grin growing impossibly wider. I'm not shy, he onked deadpanned. It's just, this tea is burning my hand. The principal's eyes bulged as he yelped in panic, snatching the cup away and tossing it into a nearby trash can. Why didn't anyone tell me it was hot? He barked at a nearby teacher. The teacher, visibly annoyed, shot back. You're the one who handed it to him without cooling it first. Before the argument could escalate further, a soft, melodic voice cut through the chaos. Jiang. Everyone froze. Standing in the doorway was Ye Qingyao, the school's queen bee, renowned, adored, and untouchable. Jiang blinked in disbelief, then quickly recovered, his mind racing. Why does she want to talk to me? He wondered. Wait, Could it be? His confusion gave way to smug satisfaction. Of course. My protagonist aura must have finally activated. Naturally, a beauty like her would fall for me after my heroic feats. The principal, equally baffled, stepped aside as Ye Qingyao approached Jiang. She smiled warmly. Congratulations on surviving the trial, especially on nightmare mode. Jiang grinned modestly. Oh, it was nothing. I mean, compared to someone like you, Before he could finish his humble brag, Ye Qingyao's expression shifted slightly. By the way, she said casually, how's your contract with the headless spirit going? Jiang's brain short-circuited. How does she know about that? An awkward silence stretched between them as Jiang scrambled for a response. Mentally, Jiang reached out to Xiao Man. How does she know about you? Xiao Man, equally stunned, replied, Contracts between spirits allow us to sense each other. I assumed you knew that. I did not know that, Jiang shouted internally. Why didn't you tell me? Back in the hallway, Ye Qingyao continued, her tone turning sharper. How many sacrifices did your spirit demand? Jiang blinked, confused. Sacrifices? Ye Qingyao raised an eyebrow. Don't play dumb. Spirits usually demand offerings, sometimes lives. Did you kill Li Jiahao and Li Xiao? Her bluntness hit Jiang like a freight train. Alarmed, he mentally prodded Xiao Man again. Is this true? Do spirits demand sacrifices? Xiao Man hesitated. Well, it's not required, but it's common. Contracts are rarely fair, after all. Then why didn't you ask for anything? Jiang pressed. Xiao Man huffed toward it. Unlike those other greedy spirits, I'm generous. Stop complaining and focus on your precious Ye Qingyao. Ye Qingyao tilted her head, her expression softening. Seems like we're the only two students who managed to sign contracts with spirits, she said. We should get to know each other better. Jiang nodded, still reeling from the flood of revelations. Ye Qingyao handed him her phone. Here, give me your contact info. Fumbling slightly, Jiang input his number, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Hours after the trial ended, a somber crowd gathered outside the school, a mix of desperate hope and quiet despair etched into their faces. Parents gripped each other's hands as the names of the deceased students were read aloud. Each name was a knife twist, each pause in the list, a fragile moment of hope. Jiang stepped out of the building, his usual lazy gait masking the chaos brewing in his mind. Xiao Man's voice echoed in his head, laced with sinister intent. Expect trouble from her, she warned, referring to Ye Qingyao. Without skipping a beat, she added, Let me kill her now. Jiang stopped mid-step, his face twisting into an expression of exasperated disbelief. You can't just kill people because they're inconvenient, he hissed internally. Xiao Man sighed dramatically. I don't see why not. It's efficient. Jiang rubbed his temples. You're gorgeous, Xiao Man, but honestly, your bloodlust is exhausting. Their conversation was interrupted by soft sobbing. Jiang turned to see a woman crouched on the ground, her shoulders trembling. Li Jiahao's mother. She clutched a photograph of her son, her tears dripping onto its glossy surface. Nearby, Li Xiao's father was the picture of anguish, pacing furiously and shouting at the sky. Bring her back, bring my daughter back, he screamed, his voice cracking under the weight of grief. Xiao Man's voice cut through Jiang's thoughts like a cold wind. Do you pity them? She asked flatly. Jiang nodded, his gaze lingering on the grieving parents. This is the real world. People feel real pain here. Actions have consequences. He sighed and added, but let's not forget. The school gave everyone a chance to leave the secret world when the trial began. Anyone who stayed knew the risks. Xiao Man was quiet for a moment, her usual snark replaced by something resembling reflection. A familiar voice called out from the crowd, "Jing!" He turned to see his sister, her expression a mix of relief and frustration. She marched over, ruffling his hair affectionately. "You scared me half to death, you idiot. Let's go. Your favorite meal is waiting at home." As they walked, she rattled off how worried she'd been. "Do you have any idea how many of your classmates didn't make it? You're not going back there again. Promise me," she added with a smirk. "Not that you're getting into any universities with those grades anyway. Lucky for you, I've already found you a decent job. Nothing glamorous, but it's safe." Xiao Man, listening in, was furious. "Crush her. I'll crush her as soon as you help me find my head," she fumed, momentarily forgetting she wasn't speaking aloud. Jiang silenced her with a mental, "not now," while assuring his sister he was fine. "I didn't just survive. I cleared nightmare mode." His sister stopped in her tracks, staring at him for a long moment before bursting into laughter. "Sure you did, Jiang. And I'm a world-class pianist. Let's go." Ignoring his protests, she dragged him home by the sleeve. The next day, Jiang sat in the school's auditorium for the graduation ceremony, his mind racing. His sister's job offer felt like a prison sentence. No way was he settling for that. Not after everything he'd accomplished in the secret world. As the principal droned on about resilience and pride, Jiang secretly hoped they'd announce his achievements. They never reveal individual grades, but maybe just this once. He was snapped out of his thoughts when a girl approached him. "Yeah, Qingyao, mind if I sit here?" she asked casually. Jiang blinked. "Why aren't you sitting with your class?" Yet Qingyao smiled mysteriously. "Because I wanted to sit here." Before she could elaborate, Xiao Man interrupted in his mind. "Something's wrong." A single drop of blood fell from the ceiling, landing on the microphone in front of the principal. Jiang's eyes narrowed as he followed the crimson trail upward. Above the stage, bound in thorny chains, hung a grotesque figure, a secret, its limbs twitching and blood dripping onto the stage below. The auditorium erupted into chaos. "Secrets are invading the real world!" someone screamed. Students and teachers alike scrambled for the exits, their panic spreading like wildfire. The once celebratory atmosphere dissolved into a storm of terror. As the crowd erupted into chaos, a man with a face that looked like it had been used as a scratching post by fate itself stepped into the auditorium. His scarred visage carried the weight of 100 nightmares, and his expression screamed one thing: utter disappointment. Ya Zhou-Yong, a high-ranking operative from the Bureau of Oddities, scanned the room with disdain. "This," he said loudly, gesturing to the panicking students, "is the future of our country. Heaven help us." His gaze swept across the room until it landed on Jiang, who was standing suspiciously still amidst the chaos, looking like someone trying to figure out if their milk had gone bad. Yi Zhou-Yong's lips curled into a cryptic smile, as if he'd just confirmed the punchline of an inside joke only he understood. Jiang blinked. "Why is that scar-faced guy staring at me like I'm the last donut in the box?" Yet Qingyao, seated next to him, leaned over and whispered, "He's from the Bureau of Oddities. They deal with supernatural stuff. If he's here, things just got serious." Jiang groaned. "Great. Just what I needed. Government-grade stress. What, are they here to check if I filed my spirit taxes?" Xiao Man's voice rang in Jiang's mind, dripping with mischief. "I can handle him if you want. Just say the word, and I'll scare him a little." Jiang pinched the bridge of his nose. "You don't scare government officials, Xiao Man. That's illegal and insane." She huffed. "He's bonded to a Class D spirit. It'd be like slapping a mosquito. I could crush him." "We're the ones who'd get crushed. There's this thing called law enforcement." Xiao Man, ever the contrarian, shot back. "Please, I've dealt with worse. And besides, jail's not so bad if you're creative." Yi Zhaoyong clapped his hands, silencing the room. Finally, peace. Now listen up. I'm not here to babysit. I'm here to educate. He began recounting harrowing tales from the secret world, his voice cold and measured, like he was narrating bedtime stories for sociopaths. September 23rd, year 121 of the secret world calendar. A small mountain district. 3,214 residents vanished. The only thing left behind, their skin strung up like laundry on balconies. Picturesque, isn't it? The audience froze, their collective breath held hostage by the grotesque imagery. March 13th, year 122, an amusement park in Shanghai. A clown, yes, a clown, dismembered visitors in broad daylight. Final body count 144. Makes you rethink your childhood, doesn't it? So, the room was silent, save for a few muffled sobs. Yi Zhaoyong's gaze was unflinching. As you enjoy your quiet lives, remember this. Just as humans can enter the secret world, the things from that world can enter ours. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle before dropping the real bombshell. I'm here to announce another trial. Participation is optional. If you're too scared, leave now. No shame in admitting you're not cut out for greatness. Several students bolted for the exits, muttering excuses. But then Yi Zhaoyong sweetened the deal. For those who stay, complete this trial, and you'll be guaranteed admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Excel, and you might even join the conspiracy reserve team. The room buzzed with murmurs. For many, the promise of glory and status outweighed their fear. Jiang slumped in his seat, glaring at Xiao Man. I'm not doing this. I barely survived the last one, and I haven't even had time to relax. Xiao Man's ethereal form appeared beside him, folding her arms. You promised to help me find my head, or are you planning to lie to me now? You don't get to guilt-trip me, Jiang snapped. I'm the master here, my body, my rules. Xiao Man smirked. Funny, didn't you agree to help me first? Contracts matter, Jiang. If we ever return to Heaven's prison, I'm getting rid of you for good, Jiang hissed. Unfazed, Xiao Man leaned closer, her tone dripping with condescension. Kill me? Sure. But you know what happens, right? If a contracted spirit dies, the host loses their sanity, or their bodily functions, maybe both. Worst case, you die. Did you know that before signing the deal? Jiang broke into a cold sweat. No, I did not. That wasn't in the textbooks. Xiao Man shrugged. What did you expect? Accurate government-issued guides. That's adorable. Yi Zhaoyong, ever the morale-boosting enthusiast, looked at the remaining students with what could only be described as too much pride for comfort. You've made the right choice staying here, he declared, like a cult leader welcoming his newest followers. For your courage, you'll each receive a reward, 200,000 yuan. Of course, it'll be distributed to your guardians, because, well, who needs money when you're dead, right? Jiang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Money? Great. What was that going to do for him when his head was currently on the chopping block? He was pretty sure he'd rather have a lifetime supply of aspirin and a nice, peaceful nap than this new opportunity. With the countdown ticking down, the inevitable realization hit him. There was no backing out now. His reluctant sigh might have been heard across the entire school. A 2-day death match for a measly 200,000 yuan? Oh, right, and his life was on the line. Who wouldn't sign up for that? And then it happened. Jiang's system pinged, reminding him of 2 essential survival tips. 1. Make friends, seriously. The more you suck up to the teacher and your classmates, the better your chances of not dying. 2. Obey the ghost teacher or risk facing her wrath. Oh, and fun fact, you can't leave until 2 days are up. Great. So he was stuck. Like glue to his worst decisions. The moment they entered the classroom, Jiang's gut twisted. Something about this place screamed bad idea louder than his last disastrous attempt at cooking. The teacher invited the newcomers to introduce themselves. A shaky student was called upon first. His name, Wang Defa, sounded harmless enough, right? Wrong. His nerves were the least of his problems. As he stood up, scanning the room nervously, he caught sight of the students already seated, the ones who were clearly too dead inside to be bothered by anything anymore. With a trembling voice, Wang introduced himself. "I'm 18. I like singing, rapping, basketball, and, chicken." He looked around, clearly waiting for applause. Instead, the ghost teacher nodded approvingly, which was somehow worse. Then the moment turned into an absolute train wreck as he swung a paddle, thwack, and wham. Wang's head exploded like a watermelon in a horror movie. Blood splattered everywhere, including a healthy dose all over Jiang's face. Because, of course, why wouldn't that happen? Jiang, standing in the front row, stared blankly, processing the sight like he had just seen his favorite snack meet its untimely end. "Xiao Man," Jiang's voice was a frantic whisper. "Do something, anything." But of course, Xiao Man, aka the worst sidekick in existence, simply shrugged, clearly enjoying his terror. "I'm a little tired after taking over your body earlier. Deal with it." She couldn't even be bothered to help him avoid literal decapitation. Deep down, Jiang knew he wasn't going to survive this unless he really got the ghost teacher's attention. He needed to be memorable, something that would stop her from pulverizing him into pulp. And then an idea struck him, like a burst of slightly better insanity. He stood up and casually declared, "All right, my name's Jiang. I'm 18, I can breathe by myself, I use a smartphone with ease, and I'm proud to say I'm cool Jiang, obviously." He mentioned that he came from a normal family. His dad drove a Ferrari, his mom a Bentley, but then admitted he was just joking. None of that really mattered, he explained, because while his loved ones call him Jiang to his new classmates, he would be cool Jiang. He then proceeded to take off his jacket, slinging it to the side like a bad boy in an action movie, before shouting, "Jiang is cool." The room sat in stunned silence. Did he just... But Jiang wasn't done. Oh no. He took it up a notch, throwing his shirt off, yelling again, "Jack is cool." A few hesitant students joined in, unsure if this was part of the gruesome survival curriculum. But soon, with Jiang feeding off their awkward energy, the whole class stood and screamed, "Jiang is cool," unfazed by the fact that the teacher was clearly on the verge of either crying or killing him. Jiang, fueled by whatever foolishness was running through his veins, proceeded to unbuckle his pants, shouting, "Jiang is cooler than your weird teacher. Let's do this." The ghost teacher, face-palming in utter disbelief, snapped, "Enough already." He rushed in with the authority of someone who had way too much caffeine and way too many personal demons to deal with. "Put your clothes back on. I'm only tolerating this because it's mildly entertaining." Just as Jiang sat down, feeling like the most ridiculous and possibly dead man in the world, a new storm brewed in the classroom. Ye Qingyao, like a force of nature, stood up, took a few swift steps to the teacher, and slammed his face into the desk with a resounding thud. "I'm Ye Qingyao," she announced with chilling seriousness. "I'm 6 years old, and my greatest accomplishments include decimating a nursing home and kicking down a kindergarten. Don't mess with me." The teacher, a strange mix of terror and amusement, nodded. "Solid introduction. You can take a seat now." Wang Defa was still alive, though barely. His second attempt at introducing himself went about as well as the first one. I like eating garbage." The students stared in silence, processing this confession like it was some sort of bizarre performance art. And with that, the lesson began. The ghost teacher, a man with an aura of annoyance that could rival a DMV worker on Monday morning, casually strolled to the front of the class. The previous English teacher had her tongue cut by the principal, he announced, his voice completely unbothered. She needs time to rest, so I'll be handling the lesson today. Pay attention, okay? If I screw this up, the school board will punish me. But hey, no pressure. Jiang, sitting in the back of the class like someone who just realized they accidentally wandered into a horror movie, couldn't help but think, at least they're modern here. Cutting tongues, totally fine. But do they have TikTok? I bet that would make this place a whole lot more tolerable. Finally, the bell rang. Thank the gods, lunchtime. Jiang was finally free to escape the madness of the classroom, but the cafeteria was equally as weird. Students and monsters sat together, chowing down on foods that made Jiang's stomach do flip-flops. He watched in horror as they ate stuff that looked like it had crawled out of a crypt, while chatting casually about their not-so-peaceful classes. Wang Defa, face wet with tears, mumbled, "I've already lost my chance at resurrection. I'm doomed." "Welcome to the club," Hu Junji shrugged, adding, "Our class is basically a war zone. We get our hands broken for not answering a question right. Totally normal." Jiang groaned. "This place is nuts. They're actually breaking hands here." Yang Ziyang, always the pragmatic one, said, "I bet there are 5 groups in this trial. We should exchange what we know. Share info, stay alive." Hu Junji was all for it. "Yeah, because we're all definitely gonna die if we don't." Yet Qing Yao, clearly having none of it, dismissed the idea. "We don't even know enough to share. Let's wait until we get our dorm assignments. We'll talk then." Jiang, his eyebrows raised in shock, blurted out, "Wait, boys and girls share dorms here?" He was answered by a chorus of indifferent shrugs. When Jiang finally entered his assigned dorm, he couldn't believe his eyes. A pink bed and women's items scattered everywhere. This was it. His dream had come true. Roommates with beautiful girls, or so he hoped. But then reality hit hard. A guy appeared behind him, cheerfully introducing himself as the dormitory supervisor. "All right, new guy, here are the rules. After 9 p.m., no walking around, the lights go out. Also, you can't enter the old dormitory. And if you share with a girl, whatever you do, don't make her pregnant." Jiang froze, blinking like he was just told he was going to be sold into slavery. Did he really say that? Then came the punchline. A notification from the system appeared, confirming Jiang's suspicions. This guy, the dorm supervisor, had installed cameras all over the place for safety purposes. Jiang's face went from confusion to disgust. What kind of freak show am I in? Trying to block out the perv of a dorm supervisor, Jiang noticed a note on his nightstand. "Dear neighbor, there are snacks for you on the table. Come find me if you want to meet." Snacks? Or a trap? Jiang was dubious, but figured a box of snacks couldn't hurt. Maybe they were better than whatever had been served in the cafeteria. Just as he was about to open the box, Xiao Man appeared, her usual dramatic self. "Your neighbor? She's a level F, insignificant," she said with complete disinterest. "Don't waste your time." Of course, Jiang wasn't listening to her. The box contained candy. A lot of it. Finally, something that wasn't potentially fatal to eat. He dug in, savoring the sweet victory. Xiao Man, irritated, rolled her eyes. "You know, if you'd stop ignoring me and actually listened for once, I might help you. But I can't make you grow if you just keep dismissing me like this." Jiang, with his 105 arcane power points, was more than ready to tackle the next disaster that came his way, even if it involved dealing with a level F spirit. "I've got a funeral urn in my inventory too, but honestly, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with it." Xiao Man, unimpressed, muttered, "Yeah, sure, but you'll need more than candy to survive this mess." Ignoring her once again, Jiang noticed something unusual. Xiao Man invited him to take a walk. "You've got an official pass that lets you leave the dorm anytime. We need to go out." Jiang raised an eyebrow. "What's the point of leaving the room?" Xiao Man sighed, her voice laced with frustration. "We need to find your beautiful head." Jiang couldn't hide his annoyance. "I've been so nice to you lately, and this is how you treat me. Fine, let's go. But after this, I'm finishing the main task first." "What main task?" Xiao Man asked, genuinely puzzled. The moon hung high, casting an eerie glow over the school grounds. Jiang was already making his way out of the dorm, a paranoid look in his eyes. He couldn't risk getting caught by the dorm supervisor. Sure, the guy might have been a perv, but Jiang wasn't about to become that guy's next target. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Ye Qingyao appeared behind him like a shadow with legs. "Not sleeping either?" she asked, her voice almost too sweet for someone who had likely murdered a small army on her way here. Jiang's internal alarm bells went off at full volume. This was a trap. He tried to act casual. I couldn't sleep. Probably because your scream earlier still echoes in my nightmares." Yet Qingyao shot him a knowing look, as if she'd heard it all before. "Oh, that? Yeah, I just came from the supervisor's room. Took care of him. He won't be waking up till morning." She smiled like a cat who just ate a canary. "Wanna go see the old dormitory?" Jiang froze. Xiao Man's voice cut through his mind like 1,000 knives. "She's got something planned. Keep your distance." Jiang, though, was all too aware of the oddity of his situation. "Sure, sounds fun," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "What could possibly go wrong?" Ye Qingyao led him to the old dormitory, and by led, he meant she hustled him down the hallway with the urgency of someone who had a secret to keep. The building was falling apart, windows shattered, rats skittering like they were training for a marathon. If this was a haunted house, the horror show hadn't even started. 6 floors, she said, glancing over her shoulder. "Let's split up." Jiang's heart dropped. "Are you seriously trying to pull a horror movie move right now? You know what happens in those, right?" Yeah, Qingyao sighed, clearly done with him already. "Fine. Together then." They moved through the first floor, rummaging through cabinets and examining books that looked like they'd been ripped from the shelves by an angry ghost who had really bad taste in literature. Nothing. No clues, no answers, just dust. Jiang was this close to giving up, but Ye Qingyao was undeterred. "Let's go upstairs," she said, like a true mysterious character in a bad supernatural thriller. Each floor felt the same, dusty, derelict, and devoid of anything useful. After what felt like an eternity, they reached the top floor. Jiang felt a chill. Something was off. The floor was too clean. It wasn't right. And then, of course, Xiao Man made her grand entrance, her voice dripping with the smugness of someone who had been right all along. "I felt something was wrong here." Jiang didn't need her to tell him that. The last floor was too perfect for this decrepit building. Everything screamed trap. It didn't take long before things got weirder. The door to the last room should have been locked, but it wasn't. The handle turned with a sickening creak, revealing what no one was prepared for. A girl with long flowing hair and a smile that was 100% evil. And then the lights flickered, shifting to a horrifying blood red. From every room, the doors began to crack open. Hands, ghostly, translucent hands, thousands of them, reached out from every corner, every crevice. It was like a bad joke at a Halloween party, except there was no one laughing. Ye Qingyao froze. "This is a trap. We need to get out, now." Yan, well, he wasn't the smartest tool in the shed, but he wasn't the dullest either. "You're right, we should—" But before he could finish his sentence, Ye Qingyao darted off, leaving him to face the flood of ghostly hands on his own. Jiang, dumbfounded and probably borderline suicidal at this point, looked back at Xiao Man, who was suddenly materializing. She was channeling some kind of power, blocking the hands with chains that seemed far too elaborate for a place like this. "Run," she ordered, her face strained. "I can't hold them off forever." Jiang, despite everything, was more annoyed than anything else. "Wait, you've got a debuff? What the hell is this? Some kind of power limit?" Xiao Man's patience was wearing thin. "No time for explanations. These things will overrun us. Run!" Jiang, sweating bullets and fully aware that he was about to die in a very stupid way, realized something. Those ghostly hands weren't trying to kill them. They were trying to stop them from going further. Why? He glanced over at the room marked 614. This was no accident. Whatever was behind that door wasn't some random obstacle. It was the real challenge. Xiao Man, still holding her ground and looking like a warrior about to drop from exhaustion, warned, "You're not thinking straight. Don't go in there." But Jiang, apparently deciding his own death was inevitable, grabbed her hand tightly and dragged her to room 614. Jiang shoved Xiao Man inside the room without so much as a second thought. She stumbled forward, her eyes wide with disbelief, as though she'd just been thrown into the lion's den. And maybe she had been. Honestly, what was he thinking? "Are you out of your mind?" Xiao Man snapped, her voice low but seething with frustration. "I told you I'd hold them off. I'm literally sacrificing myself here to keep you alive, and you decide to waltz in like this is a freaking vacation?" Jiang wasn't listening. He was too busy staring into the room as if it held all the answers to life, or perhaps just his imminent death. Xiao Man huffed, furious, her hands clenching into fists. "If you don't want to help me, at least don't drag me down with you. I don't want to die in some haunted hellhole with a guy who thinks throwing himself into danger is a good idea." She tried to shove him back out, but Jiang didn't budge. He just stood there, staring ahead like a moron. Finally, she gave up. "Fine. Keep acting like an idiot, but say something. Anything. Come up with a plan, because at this rate we're both going to be ghosts before the end of the night." But Jiang, he was too deep in his own world of self-destruction to care. He grabbed her, spun her around, and thrust her in front of him. "What the hell are you doing?" Xiao Man's voice was more shock than anger now, because what she saw in front of her made zero sense. In the center of the room, a girl stood, gazing out the window. The sky was impossibly clear, as if it were noon in the middle of a dark, cursed building. The whole room felt like a weird fever dream, except this was no dream, it was the real deal. And then the girl spoke. Her voice, soft but eerie, echoed in the otherwise empty room. "Love across the sea. Mountains and seas are not easily smoothed. The sea has boats to carry us. The mountains have trails to follow. This love transcends mountains and seas. Yet even so, mountains can be overcome. Mountains and seas can be conquered. But the heart's desires are different to settle." Jiang blinked. "Is this a poetry slam? What is this? Some kind of mystical riddle?" Jiang couldn't figure out if the girl before him was a ghost, an NPC, or some weird hallucination from skipping too many meals. Xiao Man, his ever-sassy companion, urged him to hurry, reminding him that behind that door were tens of thousands of secrets, which was ghost code for an army of nightmares waiting to ruin your day. "Patience," Jiang muttered, gripping the girl's hand. Before he could even ask her name, she disintegrated into butterflies and floated out the window like some indie music video. Left with nothing but a cryptic new task, Jiang was equal parts confused and annoyed. "Butterflies, really? Couldn't leave a map or a snack?" he muttered as the ominous door behind him started to crack open, secrets spilling out like a horror movie jackpot. Xiao Man, ever the realist, grabbed him by the neck and dragged him to the window. "No time left, hold me tight," she yelled. "Wait, what?" Jiang screeched. "There's a mystery about falling from heights, But Xiao Man had already launched them into the air. Meanwhile, Ye Qingyao had just escaped the building. Hearing Jiang scream, she turned just in time to see him plummet to the ground, flailing like a human lawn ornament. As secrets swarmed behind him, Jiang's high-pitched wails could probably shatter glass. Seconds later, Xiao Man landed them safely without a scratch. Jiang, not so lucky. He vomited everywhere. "That was way more exciting than any theme park ride," Jiang wheezed, still clutching his stomach. Ye Qingyao walked over, handing him a handkerchief. "You okay?" she asked, her tone just barely hiding amusement. "Totally," Jiang muttered, "just needed a quick bathroom break." "Yay, right," she smirked. "Did you find a clue or unlock the task?" Jiang blinked, caught off guard. "Wait, how do you know about— Never mind." Under her piercing gaze, he sighed. "Fine, I got the task, but now I really need to sleep." As he turned to leave, Ye Qingyao grabbed his arm. "I'll pay you $100,000 for the clue." "Lady, I'm not that kind of guy," Jiang deadpanned. 200,000 euros. Jiang paused. Isn't that kind of excessive? It's all I've got," she snapped. Jiang sighed dramatically. "Fine. Room 614, upstairs. There's a girl there. She'll give you the next clue." Ye Qingyao grinned. "Thanks. Don't worry, I'm not about to die or anything." Jiang muttered under his breath. Someone else said that once. "What was that?" she asked, but Jiang had already walked off. As Jiang walked away, Ye Qingyao's spirit materialized behind her, whispering, "Why are you paying that idiot so much attention? Just hand him over and I'll deal with him." "Relax," Ye Qingyao replied coolly. "I don't care about him. I want his spirit. My dad loves experimenting on stuff like this." The spirit hesitated. "But didn't you promise to pay him?" Ye Qingyao smirked. "I was playing him, not giving him a dime." Unfortunately for her, Jiang had already pieced it together. "Ah, the classic double cross," he muttered to himself. "Why is everyone shady?" Jiang overslept, big time. Waking up in a panic, he glared at Xiao Man. "Why didn't you wake me?" "I tried," she snorted. "You were out like a corpse." Throwing on clothes, Jiang bolted to class, heart pounding. "Sorry I'm late," he stammered, expecting a scolding. But nope, the first teacher was absent. "Dodged a bullet," Jiang muttered, sinking into his seat. Then he noticed something odd. Ye Qingyao was missing. Is she still messing with room 614? He wondered aloud. Turning to a girl nearby, he asked, "Hey, do you know anything about room 614? Like, does someone live there?" The girl froze. Her expression shifted and she hissed, "Ask me anything else, but don't ask about her." Jiang's stomach dropped. He looked around, but everyone in the class was staring at him with a creepy intensity. Even Xiao Man whispered, "Yeah, maybe don't push this one." Heart racing, Jiang mumbled, "Nope, I'm good, super good." "Not curious at all. Thanks." The girl next to him leaned closer, her face distorting into something very wrong. In a guttural voice, she asked, "Anything else you want to know?" Jiang shook his head so fast he nearly got whiplash. "Nope, I'm good, so good." Jiang was just starting to feel the tiniest shred of relief when the teacher walked in. He let out a silent, exaggerated thank you, sweet heavens above. "Focus on the teacher, people, nothing to see here," as the class finally calmed down and stopped staring at him like he was a snack. The teacher stood at the front, her smile more unsettling than reassuring. "The principal has decided to reward everyone," she announced. Jiang blinked. "Rewards? In this hellhole?" Yeah, sure, what could possibly go wrong? Then she pulled out a sketchy bottle of liquid that looked like it was brewed in a witch's cauldron. Who wants to help with an experiment? She chirped. Jiang slouched lower in his seat, muttering his silent prayer. Not me. Not me. Please. Not me. Naturally, she picked him, and the class monitor. Jiang's soul nearly left his body. Why is the universe like this? I was begging in my head. Why me? The teacher handed the bottle to the monitor, who, to his credit, obediently took a sip. And then his body started melting, like candle wax on a hot stove. Jiang froze, his brain doing the equivalent of the Windows XP error sound. The teacher's grin widened. Good job, monitor. Now, Jiang, your turn. Jiang stared at the bottle like it was a live grenade. The monitor wasn't even human. I'm 100% human. If I drink this, I'll be goo in under 5 seconds. He stalled, sweating bullets. Ma'am, I really respect you. Like from the bottom of my heart, but this liquid is clearly amazing. Too amazing. I'm not worthy of it. Someone else, someone better deserves it. Before she could reply, Jiang grabbed a random classmate, shoved the bottle into his hands and said, Here, you drink it. Your mom doesn't feed you anyway. You're welcome. The teacher beamed. Jiang, how generous of you to share your turn. Meanwhile, Jiang was in his head like, thank the heavens above. Dodged that one by the skin of my teeth. Later, Jiang dragged himself to the cafeteria. The vibes. Absolutely tragic. His classmates looked miserable, having gone 5 days without food. The only thing on the menu was ghost food, which no one in their right mind would eat. Yet Xiao strolled in looking annoyingly fresh. She smirked at Jiang. You look fine for someone starving. Jiang laughed nervously. Oh yeah, totally. I could last a few more days. No big deal. A nearby guy chimed in. Yeah, I could too. But there's a difference between starving and looking fine. Yet Xiao shrugged. If you're that hungry, just eat the ghost food. Jiang shook his head. Nope, not happening. I'm not risking my life for whatever that is. 2 more guys stood up in defeat, muttering about hunger strikes, and left the cafeteria like sad, starving zombies. Ye Yao turned to Jiang. Let's work together and just get this mission over with. Before Jiang could answer, Xiao Man cut in. Don't trust her, she's bad news. She'll mess up everything. Jiang smirked, throwing in unnecessary drama. I'm just 18, Xiao Man. I've got responsibilities at home. I can't deal with love and heartbreak right now. Yet Yao deadpanned. Bruh, I'm talking about the mission, not your love life. Whatever. I already gave you the clue, so no need for a team-up. Jiang shot back. Ye Yao's face twisted into a scowl. Fine, I'll do it myself. As she stormed off, Xiao Man smirked. See, told you. Shady vibes all the way. Jiang nodded. You called it. Later, Jiang noticed Xiao Man's favor stats. If her favor toward him hit 50 or higher, he'd get to share her power. Bright idea time. Hey, let's go out, he said casually. For the mission, Xiao Man asked. Nope, something else. Cut to them stepping outside. Jiang was dressed in the most absurd, awkward outfit imaginable, partially because it was ghost camouflage, but mostly because he had no idea what he was doing. Xiao Man took one look at him and burst out laughing. Jiang's face turned red. Stop laughing, I'm not wearing this for fun. It's battle armor. Still laughing, Xiao Man smirked. Don't worry, I'll protect you. But seriously, you look adorable. Jiang glared at her. Stop talking. Then, out of nowhere, Xiao Man stuck her hand out in front of him. Jiang flinched. Excuse me, how are you just going to grab at a man's chest like that? The roar of a motorbike broke through the eerie silence, and Jiang turned to see her. Her, Kuchisake Onna, the scissor-wielding ghost, or Xiao Lei as he now remembered. She pulled up, scowling with the kind of energy that screamed unfinished business. Jiang froze like a deer in headlights. Wait, isn't that the chick from before? Why is she here? She looked him over, her gaze lingering on his bizarre outfit. Her smirk was equal parts amused and condescending. "Hop on," she said, patting the seat behind her. "Didn't know you had such, bold fashion choices." Jiang flushed, instantly defensive. "There's a reason for this," he sputtered. But she wasn't listening. Moments later, he was perched awkwardly on the back of her bike, clinging to her as they zoomed through the creepy streets. The wind whipped through his hair, and he couldn't help but think, okay, long rides do hit different. This is almost nice. Xiao Lei, seemingly in a rare good mood, agreed. Yeah, they do. But Jiang couldn't shake the tension. He'd kissed this ghost once, long story, and, bailed. Maybe she wasn't entirely over it. He cleared his throat. "Hey, about last time, I just wanted to say I'm really sorry." Wham! The bike screeched to a halt, throwing Jiang forward. He barely caught himself before face-planting. "Get off the bike!" Xiao Lei growled, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. The moment his feet hit the ground, she pounced, fists flying. "You sneaky little liar! You sweet-talk me, kiss me, then ghost me? Do you have any idea how much I missed you? I kept thinking, oh, he'll come back, he'll show up. But nope, you just vanished." Jiang flailed, trying to block her punches. "How was I supposed to visit you?" he shouted. "You never gave me your address." She froze, mid-swing, blinking. "Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't." Jiang stared at her, incredulous, as she casually shrugged it off like she hadn't just tried to rearrange his face. "All right, hop back on," she said, climbing onto the bike. "I'll drop you wherever you need to go." A little later, they pulled up in front of a surprisingly normal-looking bank. Jiang gawked at it. "Wait, banks exist in this messed-up world too?" Xiao Man and nodded, nonchalant. "Yep, I think my head might be in there." Jiang Gong paused. Her head? But before he could ask, he noticed her looking oddly somber, her gaze distant. Her voice, usually sharp, softened. "You know," she said, "this is the second time we've run into each other, and you haven't even told me your name yet." "It's Jiang," he said, grinning. She smiled faintly. "It's a nice name." Then her tone turned wistful. "I feel like this might be the last time we meet, so here." She pulled a small hairpin from her pocket and handed it to him. "What's this for?" he asked, puzzled. "A token," she murmured, avoiding his eyes. "To remember me by." Before he could say anything, she sped off, her bike disappearing into the horizon. Jiang slipped the hairpin into his pocket, her words echoing in his mind. Inside the bank, Jiang was immediately approached by a sharply dressed man who greeted him with a polite bow. "How can I help you, sir?" Jiang squinted at him. "You're human, aren't you?" The man froze, his composure shattering as he dropped to his knees. "Forgive me. Please, spare me." "What the?" Jiang looked down at himself and realized something. This ridiculous outfit. He thinks I'm some high-ranking ghost. He opened his mouth to calm the guy down, but before he could, a heavy wham echoed through the room. The man crumpled to the floor, taken down by another figure. The bank manager, tall and imposing, stepped forward. His eyes glinted with malice as he sniffed the air. I can smell a hint of a human scent on you." He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "The closer I get, the stronger it is. Now, tell me, what's your connection to humans? Don't tell me you're one of them." Jiang's heart pounded. Oh, crap. I'm about to get exposed. Before things could spiral, Xiao Man's voice whispered in his ear, calm and commanding. "Let me take over your body for a bit." He didn't hesitate. "Fine, do it." In an instant, his posture straightened, his expression shifted, and a commanding aura radiated from him. Now standing tall and confident, Jiang smirked at the manager. "I'm a VIP customer of this bank," he said coolly. "Is this how you treat VIPs?" The manager's bravado melted away. He paled, bowing deeply. "My deepest apologies, sir. Please come inside. Allow us to provide you with the best service." The plush VIP lounge screamed luxury on steroids. Gleaming chandeliers, velvet couches, a golden coffee table stacked with snacks Jiang couldn't name but knew were overpriced. He leaned towards Xiao Man and whispered, care to explain why I'm suddenly getting the royal treatment? Did I win ghost lottery or something?" Xiao Man's lips curled into a sly grin. "The form you're in? Yeah, I kinda borrowed it from a guy who had connections. He's also hunting for my head, by the way. VIP account, locker access, the works. Figured his stash might have some clues." Before Jiang could process this, the manager returned with a sleek, ominous-looking box. Xiao Man's eyes lit up like she'd just unwrapped the world's biggest Christmas present. "This is it, she exclaimed, practically bouncing. "My head is finally here." She tore the box open with the enthusiasm of a kid on Christmas morning and immediately deflated like a popped balloon. Jiang leaned over, his curiosity piqued. "What happened? What's with the face?" He peeked inside. The box was completely empty. Xiao Man looked like she'd just been told her favorite drama got cancelled. "I gave him all the money I had to find my head," she said, voice quivering. 1 billion. Gone. Just like that." Jiang choked. 1 billion? You mean, like, actual billion? People even have that kind of money?" She nodded miserably. "And not only did he run off with it, but he didn't even deliver my head." Jiang tried to console her, patting her shoulder awkwardly. "You don't think I'd do the same, do you?" She shook her head and, to his utter surprise, pulled him into a hug. "No, I trust you. You promised me." Ding! A system notification popped up. "Congratulations, Xiao Man's favorability has reached 70. You've earned a reward, a spin of the wheel." Jiang's eyes narrowed at the spinning wheel, his attention immediately drawn to one item. A female dress. His stomach dropped. "Oh no, not this again." He thought, "The system's a troll. It'll never give me what I want, so maybe I can reverse psych it." He started chanting in his head, "Come on, land on the dress. Just give me the stupid dress." The wheel slowed and stopped, right on the dress. Jiang felt his soul leave his body. This is it. My dignity's officially a distant memory. But then, like a miracle from the heavens, the wheel wobbled and shifted to the next prize, a mental strength technique. Jiang almost wept. Thank God. The system explained the skill. Boosts the user's mental resilience and allows them to weaken opponents' minds, even inducing illusions. Jiang perked up. Wait a second, isn't this what that conspiracy guy was using? This could actually be useful. Feeling pretty good about his new skill, Jiang hopped into a taxi with Xiao Man. The ride started smooth enough until the driver suddenly slammed the brakes. The man turned around, his face contorting into something inhuman. "I'm hungry," he growled, his voice dripping with malice, "and I'm going to eat you." Before Jiang could even process the horror, Xiao Man launched herself forward like an avenging ghost. "Excuse me," she snarled, her fist connecting squarely with the driver's face. "Who do you think you are, huh? You're going to eat us?" She dragged him out of the car and proceeded to beat the ever-loving ectoplasm out of him. Punches flew, kicks landed, and the driver was reduced to a sniveling mess. "Please," he begged, "I'll quit. I'll become a veterinarian. Just spare me." Xiao Man, unbothered, delivered one final punch that sent him sprawling. Jiang stared at the scene, utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? And what's gotten into you? Xiao Man dusted off her hands, unfazed. Nothing, he deserved it. As the dust settled, Jiang had a grim realization. New problem. Who's gonna drive now? Because, I don't know how. After what felt like an eternity of walking, they finally reached the academy. Jiang looked like he'd been dragged through 7 layers of hell. Xiao Man, meanwhile, floated serenely beside him, not a single hair out of place. She smirked, her tone dripping with mockery. "You're already this tired? Look at me. I'm totally fine." Jiang shot her a glare. "Try walking on your own legs for once. All you ever do is float around." The stench hit Jiang like a brick wall. He wrinkled his nose, groaning, "What is that smell? Did something die in here?" He crouched down and peeked under his bed, expecting maybe a dead rat or some demon residue. Instead, he found a girl staring back at him. "Gah!" Jiang jumped back, nearly tripping over his own feet. "Who are you and what are you doing under my bed?" "Are you crazy?" Before he could finish his outburst, the girl shot out a hand, clamping it over his mouth. "Shh," she hissed, wide-eyed. "Keep quiet or the guard will come." Too late. The door creaked open and in stepped the guard. This wasn't your regular night watchman type. No, this guy practically radiated creepy uncle at a family reunion energy. His eyes glinted in the dim light as he drawled, "Why are you still awake? Go to bed." Jiang froze, his brain scrambling for a plausible excuse while the girl silently slid back under the bed like a particularly sneaky cockroach. Yeah, I was, He racked his brain. Outside, fighting a demon. Saved the whole academy, actually." "No big deal." The guard tilted his head, eyebrow raised. "Is that so?" Jiang doubled down. "Yup. If you don't believe me, go check outside. I mean, seriously, I deserve an award or something." The guard stood there, eerily silent, staring at Jiang like a cat sizing up a particularly stupid mouse. Jiang felt the sweat start to bead on his forehead. Then, with zero warning, the guard lunged. "Whoa!" Jiang barely dodged, stumbling back as the guard's clawed hand swiped the air where his head had been. He shoved the guard back, heart pounding. "I can't keep relying on Xiao Man all the time," he thought. "If I want to survive here, I have to step up." With newfound resolve, he attacked. Meanwhile, in the real world, Yi Zhou-yong stood in the kitchen, calmly cooking noodles like there wasn't a storm brewing outside. The principal entered, looking frazzled. "Do you really think it's necessary to put so much pressure on the students? They've been locked inside for 2 days." Yi Zhou-yong didn't even flinch. "This isn't by design. The situation out there is dangerous. It locked them in automatically. Do you think this is the first time? Our leader once got stuck for 10 days straight." The principal frowned. "But they're still kids. They're not ready for this kind of responsibility." "They're the future," Yi Zhou-yong replied coolly. "With the growing threat of the mysterious world, they have to be trained. Things are only getting worse." He paused, his tone growing darker. "We've identified a D-level creature called Infinite Fear. It feeds on people's terror, growing stronger with every victim. It's already claimed countless innocent lives." As if on cue, the secretary burst into the room, visibly shaken. "Boss, Infinite Fear is heading straight for us." Yi Zhou-yong's expression hardened. "How many students do we have?" "Over 100, the principal answered. Yi Zhou-yong nodded. "Take them to the safe zone with my secretary. I'll handle this." The secretary's eyes widened. "No, that creature isn't coming alone. It's bringing others with it. You should come with us." But Yi Zhou-yong didn't budge. "I'm staying." Back in Jiang's room, the fight was still on. The guard dodged Jiang's every strike effortlessly, his smug grin only fueling Jiang's frustration. "You're not even trying," the guard sneered, casually sidestepping another punch. Jiang gritted his teeth. Think, he has to have a weakness. There's always something. Then it hit him. Oh yeah, that trick. Jiang smirked and pulled out an adult magazine from under his bed. Casually, he opened it right in front of the guard. The effect was immediate. The guard's eyes went wide, his pupils dilating like a cartoon wolf's. A string of drool escaped his mouth as he stammered, Thank you so much. I'll be right back, just a quick trip to the bathroom." And just like that, the guard bolted, leaving Jiang standing there utterly dumbfounded. "Seriously?" Jiang muttered to himself, staring at the door the guard had fled through. What kind of pervy, mysterious creature gets distracted by a magazine and forgets about his opponent? The girl crawled out from under the bed. Brushing herself off like hiding under someone else's furniture was the most natural thing in the world. "That guard attacks anyone who's awake at night," she explained matter-of-factly. "That's why I hid under the bed. If he doesn't see you, he won't attack." Jiang blinked, feeling his brain short-circuit. "You couldn't have told me that earlier?" She shrugged. "You seemed like you had it handled." Jiang pinched the bridge of his nose, taking a deep breath to stop himself from losing it. "Fine, whatever. Moving on." He was about to ask about room 614 when the girl interrupted him, cutting to the chase. "I know you want information about room 614, but no, I'm not telling you." Jiang wasn't one to give up. He straightened up and launched into what he hoped was an Oscar-worthy performance. "I'm just a poor, helpless guy," he began dramatically, clutching his chest for effect, "who worked his way up to become a warrior. I came to this academy to help everyone, but no one will give me any information. The moment I saw you, though, my heart screamed. Jiang, she's the one. She's the best, the greatest, the only one who can help you save the academy." Xiao Man's voice cut in, dripping with sarcasm. "Ugh, stop! How much butter are you going to spread? She's not falling for it." Shockingly, the girl did fall for it. Her cheeks turned pink as she stammered, "All right. Go to the 6th floor. There's a women's restroom there. You'll find what you're looking for." She handed him a doll. "Take this. It'll make things easier." Jiang examined the doll, narrowing his eyes. "Wait, isn't this your doll?" His suspicions were confirmed when a system notification popped up. "You've obtained a personal item." He sniffed the doll dramatically, then exclaimed, "Yep, smells just like her." Xiao Man groaned, covering her face. "Oh my God, you're such a creep." The girl didn't seem fazed, merely adding, "When the time is right, it'll come in handy. Oh, and by the way, I saw some other students sneaking around earlier. Not sure what they were up to, but it definitely wasn't anything good." Jiang nodded thoughtfully. "Everyone here looks so innocent, but they're all secretly dangerous," he mused smugly. "But me? I'm the world's most innocent and nicest guy." With that delusional thought, he headed out with Xiao Man. As they walked, Jiang pulled out a bar of chocolate. "Want? I'd some?" Xiao Man frowned. "How am I supposed to eat that? I don't eat food." Jiang grinned cheekily. "Oh, so you don't eat? That means you don't poop either. No poop, no need for toilet paper. You must save so much money." Xiao Man stared at him, horrified. "How can you talk about such disgusting things?" she yelled, before floating off in a huff. "Wait, come back!" Jiang called, jogging after her. But then, out of nowhere, pain stabbed through his head like a needle. Oh! He clutched his temples. "What the hello?" Xiao Man zipped back to his side, concern flashing across her face. "Someone just launched a mental attack on you. Probably a creature from the 6th floor. If your mental power had been weaker, you'd be dead right now." She paused, tilting her head. "Wait, your mental power has increased. Tell me, how did you do it?" Jiang smirked smugly. "Well, what can I say? I'm just that awesome." What Xiao Man didn't know was that Jiang's sudden boost came from the system's spin reward he'd landed earlier. Suspicious, she narrowed her eyes. "You're hiding something from me, aren't you? Before they could argue further, the doll in Jiang's hands suddenly sprang to life and bolted. "Hey, get back here!" Jiang yelled, chasing after it with Xiao close behind. The doll led them straight to the women's restroom on the 6th floor before coming to an abrupt stop. Jiang pushed open the door cautiously, scanning the room. "Where is it?" he muttered. Then, sensing a faint aura, he pressed his ear to a stall door before kicking it open dramatically. "All right, come out now!" Inside was Wong, curled up on the floor, trembling like a leaf. His eyes were wild with fear as he mumbled, "Please, don't come near me. I didn't see anything. Just leave me alone." Jiang crouched beside him, trying to calm him down. "Hey, it's okay. You're safe now." "Stay back," Wong shrieked, flailing wildly. Xiao hovered nearby, frowning. Something really awful must have happened to him. He's too traumatized to talk. We'll need to treat him first. Jiang didn't hesitate. He pulled out a syringe from his medkit and jabbed it right into Wong's backside. "Snap out of it already," he shouted. 2 minutes later, Wong stirred, groggy and disoriented. He rubbed his head, muttering, "What happened? And wait, why are my pants undone?" The moment his blurry eyes focused on Jiang, tears welled up and he burst into sobs. "Relax," Jiang said, waving him off like an annoyed parent dealing with a tantrum. "Forget about your pants, just tell me what's going on here." Wong, still trembling, stammered, "You don't understand. Whatever you do, don't go into the bathroom next door. There's something wrong in there, something seriously wrong." Jiang opened his mouth to ask for more, but before he could, Wong's system notification popped up, signaling his world quit. Wong, now half logged out, quickly warned, "Stay safe, and whatever you do, avoid the others." With a beep, Wong vanished. Jiang stared at the empty space where Wong had been. The others? Who's he talking about? Just then, he noticed a group of students standing eerily silent outside the bathroom. Their appearances were unsettling. Dark eyes, twisted expressions, and a heavy, suffocating aura around them. Instead of panicking like any sane person would, Jiang looked at them nonchalantly. "What are they even doing here?" he muttered. "If they were going to attack, wouldn't they have done it by now?" Xiao floated nearby, clearly uneasy. "I don't know," she replied. Suddenly, the sound of crying and water splashing echoed from the nearby bathroom. Jiang turned his head sharply, and there it was, the doll, standing at the bathroom door. Seeing the doll, the group outside grew visibly frightened, backing away. Jiang raised an eyebrow. "So that's why everyone's just standing there." He narrowed his eyes at the doll. "And why is that creepy thing staring inside?" He remembered Wong's warning not to go in, but figured the doll knew something. If it was staring at the bathroom, there must be something worth investigating. "Time to be the brave hero," Jiang muttered sarcastically. He kicked the bathroom door open dramatically and yelled, "All right, whoever's in there, come out, or else you'll regret it." Inside, 2 small monsters, barely the size of toddlers, stared back at him with angry, glowing eyes from their perch on the toilet. The scene shifted. Wong, now back in the real world, blinked at the familiar surroundings. Relief washed over him. "Finally," he sighed, but his breath caught at the sight of blood smeared everywhere. Before he could process it, a hand clamped over his mouth. He turned to see Yi Zhaoyong, the ever-composed academy instructor. "Shh," Zhaoyong whispered. "What happened here?" Wong asked, his voice trembling. "The academy was attacked by mysterious creatures," Zhaoyong replied. "The students and teachers are safe, but for now, it's just you and me stuck here. Don't worry, the support team will come soon." Just then, Zhaoyong's phone buzzed. He picked up the call, and a voice on the other end said grimly, "The team that was sent to help, they've been ambushed. We can't come." Zhaoyong hung up and turned to Wong. Looks like no one's coming. It's just us now. We'll have to handle this ourselves. Wong nodded reluctantly. Okay. Suddenly Wong froze, eyes wide with fear. Look behind you. Jo Yong turned slowly, coming face to face with the terrifying creature. Its jagged teeth gleamed in the dim light as it hissed, inching closer. Back in the bathroom, Jiang stared at the two small monsters perched on the toilet. They began to wail, an ear-piercing, unholy cry that made him wince. Oh, how do I shut them up? Jiang muttered, panicking. Do I sing to them? No, that's stupid. What if I just... No, Xiaoman interrupted firmly. Before Jiang could try something idiotic, the doll moved on its own. It approached the monsters, placing its small hands on their heads. Slowly, the wailing subsided, and the monsters became quiet. Jiang sighed in relief. Finally. Good job, creepy doll. But his relief was short-lived. One of the monsters opened its mouth and bit into the doll. Jiang froze in horror as the other monster joined in, gnawing on the doll like it was their favorite snack. What? The actual hell? Jiang whispered, his brain refusing to process what he was seeing. Outside the bathroom, voices drifted in. Did you see Xiao's stomach? One student whispered. It's expanding. What's going on? Is she getting fat or pregnant? Another asked. But how? She's just like us, stupid and useless. The whispers grew louder, echoing in Jiang's ears like a chorus of gossiping banshees. Jiang, always one for theatrics, grabbed one of the students by the tongue. Sorry, man, I couldn't hear that nonsense from so far away. Let me see it up close. To his shock, the tongue had writing on it. I never expected this girl to do such a thing. This must be the child of that man. The man's name was crossed out with a strange mark. Fury bubbled in Jiang. Who the hell crosses out something this important? He growled. Then it clicked. The kids, they're hers. He looked back at the monsters, still devouring the doll. So that's why everyone is afraid of the doll. If it disappeared, the students would likely attack. Without wasting another second, Jiang snatched the half-eaten doll, bolted from the bathroom, and headed straight for Xiao's room. But when he got there, it was empty. Jiang stood surrounded by chaos. He could hear Xiao use voice again, but it wasn't coming from anywhere he could see. I was just 18, and I got pregnant. The child was his, the one I loved the most, but when it came time for delivery, he didn't accept me. Jiang's eyes narrowed as the other students started to gather, their faces growing pale and panicked. The voice seemed to have a power over them. Great, Jiang thought sarcastically. More emotional baggage and student drama. Just what I needed. Xiaoman's voice interrupted his dark musings. Everyone's coming. Should I pick you up and leave? Jiang scoffed. Please, these are low-level creatures. Why would I waste time running from them? They aren't even worth my energy. He launched himself at one of the students, taking him down effortlessly. A clean cut done like he was chopping vegetables for a salad. As he caught his breath, Xiao Yu's voice echoed again in his mind. I had an abortion, but he still never cared about me. He didn't take responsibility. Jiang rolled his eyes. More of this sob story? He continued slashing through the students, unfazed. It's like cutting through butter with a chainsaw. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Xiao Yu sitting in a corner and shrieking in despair. He didn't accept me. It's all your fault. Jiang's mind was still focused on the fight, but his system pinged with 3 clues related to his mission. A sly grin spread across his face. This is exactly what I needed. Thank you, system. His attention flicked to the side. Students lay around Ye Qingyao. What's going on here? I was searching for clues, and now these creatures are following me. She muttered to herself. But I think Jiang has a hand in this. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Really, you think? Genius deduction. He lay on the ground for dramatic effect, his sarcasm bubbling just below the surface. Yet Qingyao noticed him and demanded, "What are you doing here?" Jiang smiled lazily. "Oh, you're here too. I wasn't even asking you." She scowled, her irritation palpable. "You're so rude. Tell me the truth, are all these things happening because of you? You must have found a clue." Jiang shrugged. "What clue? No, I didn't find anything. What are you talking about?" Yet Qingyao, not amused, seethed. "Stop playing dumb. From start to finish, it's all a drama you're playing. You're hiding things and blaming it on me." Jiang lost his patience, standing up and throwing his arms wide in a mock dramatic flourish. "Oh, so now I'm the villain. Wow, what a plot twist, so original." Yet Qingyao's eyes darkened as she transformed into her ghostly form, preparing to attack. "I thought you'd work quietly with me. Listen to me and tell me everything, but you're not even ready to share. Fine, have it your way." Jiang's smirk grew wider. "Do you think I'm scared of people like you? Absolutely not. I don't even fear a love confession from someone like you, much less a ghostly attack." Xiao Man appeared in his mind, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Yeah, sure. Just keep telling yourself that." Ye Qingyao launched herself at Jiang with terrifying speed, but Jiang, smiling as if he were taking a leisurely stroll, sidestepped her with ease. "Is that all? Come on, bring it on." She swung again, her fist connecting with his face, but nothing happened. Jiang blinked. "Hey, Xiao Man, you told me that if I was in this body, no girl like Ye Qingyao could hurt me. What's going on?" Xiao Man's voice deadpanned. "I said body, not face." Jiang let out a half laugh, half snort. "Well, that's embarrassing." Yet Qingyao, stunned by her own failed attack, froze. Jiang took the opportunity to strike. He kicked her in the stomach, sending a wave of red liquid spilling from her mouth. Her ghostly form wavered, flickering. "Feeling scared now," Jiang taunted as he stepped back, watching her crumple. Xiao Man sighed contentedly. "You know, after so long of seeing you get your ass handed to you, this is satisfying." Yet Qingyao's form began to flicker again. "I'm in bad condition," she hissed, her anger growing. "If I keep fighting like this, I can't win. I don't know how he made such a powerful spirit contract." With a panicked glance, she started to flee, but Jiang wasn't done yet. He lashed out with a chain, snaring her and yanking her back to the ground. The air was thick with tension as Jiang stood before Ye Qingyao, arms crossed, his expression a cocktail of disdain and mild amusement. "Tell me, madam," he began, voice dripping with mock politeness. "There was never any enmity between us. You started all this, and in the end you even tried to kill me. So really all the mistakes are on you." Ye Qingyao nodded, her ghostly form flickering slightly. "Yes, I admit it, all the mistakes were mine. I shouldn't have messed with you. It was wrong to challenge you." Jiang arched an eyebrow. Finally, some honesty. "But," she continued, her tone curious, "how did you make such a powerful contract with that spirit?" Jiang straightened, brushing imaginary dust off his shoulders. "Well, what can I say? I'm really handsome. Handsome people tend to attract admirers. It's not a big deal." From behind, Xiao Man groaned loudly. "Stop acting, you narcissistic fool." Jiang ignored him and turned back to Ye Qingyao. "So, what are your thoughts now?" "I made a mistake," she said, her voice trembling slightly. Xiao Man cut in sharply. No, don't trust her. We've given her so many chances already. It's time to end this." Yeah, I know," Jiang replied dismissively, waving a hand. Xiao Man yelled, "What are you waiting for? Finish her off, you fool." Ye Qingyao suddenly broke down, pleading, "Wait, my family is very rich. I'll give you as much money as you want. Just let me go. I won't do anything like this again." Jiang walked up to her, his expression unreadable. "Look, I'm letting you go this time, But promise me you won't attack me or stand in my way again. Because if I kill you now, you'll just revive and come after me anyway. Let's save ourselves the drama." Ye Qingyao nodded fervently. "I promise. I won't come after you or get in your way." Jiang smirked. "Good. Now go ahead and end your own life." To his mild surprise, she did exactly that. Xiao Man blinked, stunned. Wow, she agreed so easily. Jiang shrugged. "Yeah, well, she has more than one life. Even if I kill her now, she'd just revive and come back. Let's not waste energy. We've got bigger things to focus on." They turned to leave, leaving the scene behind. An English teacher, looking utterly horrified, stood frozen in the background. The secretary addressed the gathered students. "Don't worry, I've sent the message. Support should be here soon." She paused, her brow creasing. "But I'm really worried about Yi Zhou-yong." Meanwhile, Yi Zhou-yong was still in the thick of the fight. He faced down a creature with unwavering determination, taking it down with brutal efficiency. Another creature lunged at him from behind, but on the side, Wong was trembling, his face pale as a creature approached him. Yi Zhou-yong stepped in front of him, shielding him. "Do you think you can harm one of my students while I'm still alive? As long as I'm here, you can't hurt anyone." Fired up by the display, Wong grabbed a sword and charged at the next creature. The teacher noticed an absence among the students. "Where is Ye Qingyao?" Before anyone could answer, an announcement blared over the speakers. "I am your principal. All students, please meet me in the hall." The students exchanged wary glances but began heading towards the hall. Jiang followed, thinking to himself, "This place is bizarre, but the management here is surprisingly organized." Later, Jiang stood in the hall with Ye Qingyao and another boy. Ye Qingyao explained, "Hu Junjie isn't with us anymore." Jiang frowned. "Why? What happened?" The boy spoke up, his voice trembling. "We went to a place and strange noises started. We barely escaped, but Hu Junjie got left behind. The next day I went back to check, but he was gone. Either he left this world or he's dead." Jiang recalled Wong's battered state when they met. "I hope Wong's still alive." The principal's voice boomed again. "I called you all here for a game. Today we're playing the cat catches the mouse. Your teachers will be the cats, and you will be the mice. If a teacher finds you, you'll be eliminated, devoured like a mouse. If you survive, you'll earn a chance to take an exam. There are extra points up for grabs." The students groaned. "An exam? Tomorrow? We didn't even know what was going to happen to us." Jiang sighed. "The exam is just a cover. The real challenge is survival." A system task popped up. "Avoid getting caught. Stay safe. Watch out for the teachers." The students scattered, hiding wherever they could. But Jiang stayed put, looking unimpressed. A teacher spotted him and snarled, "Why aren't you hiding? We don't want you in our grasp too soon. We don't want to catch you easily." Jiang shrugged. Fine. I'll move." What a weird game. If they catch me, I'll be treated like a mouse and eaten. Delightful. Jiang eventually hid behind a table. His heart raced as a teacher with a massive chainsaw entered the room, their footsteps echoing ominously. The teacher approached the table, eyes narrowing. They guessed someone was hiding there. Jiang's breath caught. Crap, they know I'm here. What if they actually try to kill me? The teacher, with an unhinged grin, revved up the chainsaw and brought it down on the table in front of them, shredding it into splinters. "Aha!" they growled triumphantly, only to find absolutely nothing. The teacher froze, blinking at the empty space. "Huh, nobody here. Wow. Guess I wasted a perfectly good dramatic moment." They scratched their head and mumbled, "They must have run off. Better start searching elsewhere." And with that, they stomped out of the room. Meanwhile, a few feet away, under another table, Jiang was clutching his knees to his chest, heart pounding. He let out a long, silent exhale. Phew. Thank God I moved in time. Who knows what could have happened if I stayed there? His eyes darted to the wreckage of the table, and for some reason, his mind drifted to Xiao Yu's tragic story. 18 and pregnant. Nobody knew who the lover was. She secretly gave birth in a freaking school bathroom. And then she did the unthinkable. Jiang shuddered. The memory of that story had always creeped him out. The kids bullied her until she snapped, decided she'd make sure no one ever messed with her kids, or her, again. And what's with the dad? Some say it was a student. Others whisper about the last mission when a nurse got attacked. Maybe the same thing happened to Xiao Yu. He rubbed his temples. Why do I always get the creepiest missions? My brain's melting with all this drama. Before he could spiral further into overthinking, Xiao Man popped up out of nowhere. Yo, what's with the face? You look like you've seen a ghost. Oh wait, you probably have. Jiang blinked, startled. Nothing. I'm going to, do my business. Want to come? Xiao Man recoiled. Why the heck would I want to come, you weirdo? Do you think I'm that desperate for entertainment? Jiang grinned and shrugged. Fine. Just don't spy on me from the door, okay? Her face turned red. You idiot. Why would I even do that? What kind of person do you think I am? Jiang was about to laugh it off when he noticed a figure lurking in the men's bathroom. A woman. Wow, who are you and why are you here? This is the men's bathroom. The woman didn't flinch. Where else should I hide? The women's bathroom isn't safe. People keep disappearing from there. If I stay here, I might survive. Anywhere else? Toast. She glared at Jiang. So are you going to stand there like an idiot, or are you going to help me? Jiang crossed his arms, unimpressed. Nah, you're not surviving today. Oh, before she could react, he dealt with her on the spot. Later, Xiao Man asked, why the heck did you kill her? She was just hiding. Jiang scratched his head, shrugging. Honestly, I wasn't planning to, but man, she was annoying. Plus, she was in my way. And let's be real, she wasn't even good looking. Xiao Man face-palmed. You're a menace. Just as they turned to leave, a slow clap echoed from behind them. Wow, look at you. So ruthless, Ye Chungyao said, stepping out of the shadows. Jiang smirked without turning around. Ye Qingyao, I know you're back there. Stop being sneaky and just come out already. She strutted forward, grinning. Smart guy, so guess why I'm here. Jiang sighed, raising an eyebrow. Why are you always here? I want to team up with you, she said, her tone almost playful. Let's work together. Jiang sized her up, his lips twitching into a grin. All right, fine. I guess I could use some help. Lucky you, let's do this. Just like that, they teamed up, moving cautiously down the hall. Eventually, they arrived at a mysterious, dusty room. Ye Qingyao paused, her expression serious. This is the place, she said, her voice low. This room is connected to the mission somehow. You know Xiao Yu? I think this used to be her classroom. Jiang frowned, confused. Why do you think that? Ye Qingyao crossed her arms and explained. Because I asked the teacher one simple question. What's the one place in this school no one dares to go? They mentioned two places. One was the girls' hostel room, and the other was this classroom. If the hostel room was hers, then this classroom must have been hers too. Jiang's jaw tightened. Seriously? I've been busting my butt collecting evidence day and night, and she just asks around and pieces it together like it's no big deal. But she had a point. He nodded, stepping into the classroom. All right, let's see what's really going on here. Jiang stepped into the classroom, and to his surprise, a lesson was already underway. The teacher, a stern-looking man with sharp features, immediately fixed his eyes on him and Ye Qingyao. What are you two doing here? Sit down. Jiang blinked, baffled. Oh, why should I? This makes no sense. I'm not here for—" He trailed off, noticing something strange. To his shock, Ye Qingyao quietly slipped into a seat like an obedient student, her expression oddly blank. Jiang's jaw dropped. Wait, what's wrong with her? Is she seriously about to start taking notes? Before he could dwell on it, Xiao Man's voice whispered in his mind. Jiang, that teacher is using some kind of mental attack. It's forcing everyone to obey him, even if they don't want to. But guess what? Your mental power has gotten so strong, his tricks don't work on you. Jiang smirked, brushing his hair back. Wow, my mental power is that amazing, huh? All right then. Since I'm already here, I might as well sit down and see what's going on. He took a seat, his eyes drifting around the room until they landed on Xiao Yu. She sat quietly, her gaze fixed on the desk in front of her, not saying a word. Something about her presence sent a chill down Jiang's spine. The teacher began the lesson, writing a sentence in English on the board. Being with you is the only way I could live a happy life. The teacher turned to the class. What does this sentence mean? Xiao Yu stood up, her voice soft but clear as she explained its meaning in Chinese. Xiao Man whispered again. Wow, she's such a sweet girl. Look at her. You'd never guess she has such a dark history. And then it hit Jiang like a bolt of lightning. The entire mystery unraveled in his mind. It's all about a forbidden love story, a teacher and his student. This teacher, he's in love with Xiao Yu. The teacher suddenly turned toward Jiang and Ye Qingyao, his face twisting into a sinister grin. There are 2 students in this class who aren't paying attention. Not only that, but they're not even wearing the school uniform. What should we do with them? Jiang's stomach dropped. Wait, is he talking about me? The other classmates began to chant in unison, their voices eerily robotic. Let's eat them! Let's eat them! Jiang jumped to his feet, his heart pounding. The students' expressions turned feral as they advanced toward him. Oh, come on! They're actually going to eat me? Beside him, Ye Qingyao sprang into action, defending herself with surprising agility. Jiang yelled over the chaos. Wait a second, weren't you under the mental attack? How are you fighting back now? Ye Qingyao gritted her teeth, ducking a swing. Listen, genius, we need to team up if we want to survive. There's no way either of us can handle this alone. The teacher cackled from the front of the room. You 2 are doomed anyway. Fight all you want, it won't matter. Suddenly, Jiang felt a surge of energy coursing through him. A system notification popped up. D-level power boost acquired. Jiang grinned, his confidence returning. All right, here's the plan. You attack from the front and I'll go for the... Before he could finish, Ye Qingyao spun around and attacked him instead, her eyes gleaming with malice. Jiang staggered back, stunned. What the hell are you doing? She sneered. Remember how you trusted me before? His voice cracked with anger. You promised me you wouldn't betray me. You swore. Yet Qingyao laughed coldly. I lied, betrayed you. I don't care what happens to you or anyone else. Die along with them. I'm out of here. And just like that, she bolted for the door, leaving Jiang to face the chaos alone. For a moment, Jiang stood frozen in disbelief. Then his expression darkened. Did Ye Qingyao really think she could just ditch me here to die? Not happening, lady. As Ye Qingyao fled, the teacher, now wearing a sinister grin, appeared in her path. With a swift motion, he launched an attack that ended her instantly. Jiang watched from across the room, realization dawning on him. Wait a second. That teacher attacking Ye Qingyao and the one standing in front of me, they're the same guy. The only difference is this one's younger and that one's older. The young teacher advanced toward Jiang, his expression murderous. Jiang held up a hairpin he'd found earlier. Take a good look at this. Does it jog your memory? You're the one who created that twisted hide-and-seek game, aren't you? And also the lover of Xiao Yu's twin kids." The teacher froze, his eyes narrowing. "What are you trying to say?" Jiang smirked, piecing it all together. "I figured it out, the love story, your forbidden relationship with Xiao Yu. You got her pregnant but couldn't let anyone know because it would ruin your precious reputation. And Xiao Yu? She never told anyone either. She suffered alone, bullied by everyone while you stayed silent to protect yourself. How could you abandon her like that?" The teacher's face darkened, but something about his expression made Jiang pause. "Wait, something's off. This story feels incomplete." The teacher's lips curled into a cruel smile. "You think you've got it all figured out? You're wrong. You only know half the story. And guess what? You'll never know the whole truth, because you're about to die." Jiang barely had a moment to process the teacher lunging at him when he yelled, "Xiao Man, attack now!" Like a perfectly trained action hero, Xiao Man leapt into the air, delivering a roundhouse kick straight to the teacher's chest. The teacher hit the ground with a dramatic thud, groaning as if he'd just been hit by a truck instead of a pair of boots. Jiang strolled up to the writhing figure, hands on his hips, tilting his head. "All right, spill it. What really happened between you and Xiao Yu?" The teacher, coughing dramatically, wheezed. "I wanted to tell you, but my time is up." Jiang's eyes narrowed and he barked, "What do you mean your time is up? Dude, it was just a kick. Get up, stop acting like you're in a Shakespearean tragedy. You're embarrassing yourself." But then Jiang paused, noticing the eerie silence that had suddenly fallen over the room. His eyes darted around. "Wait a second. I think the hide-and-seek competition is over." He straightened up. "Maybe we should head back now before things get weirder." Before he could take another step in another location, Ye Qingyao revived back into the scene, her smirk as confident as ever. Ye Qingyao clutched a small doll in her hand, its fabric now glowing faintly. She grinned smugly. "Good thing I brought this doll along. One extra life, baby, and now I'm back in action." A ghostly voice interrupted her victory lap. "You used up your only chance to revive," it said ominously. "There's no coming back next time. Are you sure you've done everything you wanted to do?" Ye Qingyao's eyes flickered with determination. "No, absolutely not. My main goal here isn't complete yet. If I go back now without finishing it, my dad will be furious." As she turned to leave, she bumped straight into Jiang, who stood in the doorway with a smirk that could have melted steel. "Well, well," Jiang said mockingly. "How's life, traitor?" Ye Qingyao sighed, clearly annoyed. "Listen, I know I betrayed you, but I didn't intend to leave you to die. I knew you had a revive left. I just needed to complete this mission. It's insanely important to me. So, how about this? Help me finish it, and I'll—" Before she could finish, Jiang's hand shot forward, piercing her chest. His fingers closed around her heart, and he yanked it out with a sickening squelch. Her eyes widened in shock. What? What did you just do?" "I warned you," Jiang said coldly, holding her heart as casually as a cup of tea. "I told you not to betray me. And I also told you there'd be consequences if you did. Well, here they are. See you in your next life, Ye Qingyao." She collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Her spirit companion, now untethered, began to panic. "The mistress is dead. Oh no, I'm without a master now. If I stay here, I'm a goner." The spirit tried to flee, but Jiang stepped in its path, cracking his knuckles menacingly. "Where do you think you're going?" he said with a grin. The spirit froze, trembling like a terrified puppy. "Please, let me go. I'll work for you. I'll do whatever you want. Just don't kill me." Jiang tilted his head, pretending to think. "So let me get this straight. You were working for her, and she made, what, 13 sacrifices to keep you around? And now you're telling me you don't need anything from me?" The spirit nodded furiously. She was a psycho, straight up wicked. But you're different. I don't need sacrifices. I'll work for free. Just spare me. Jiang snickered, his expression turning icy. You sure? Because I'm not into freeloaders. He cracked his knuckles again. Time to say goodbye. Before the spirit could respond, Jiang punched it with enough force to obliterate it on the spot. Xiao Man, who had been watching the whole scene with wide eyes, stepped forward, stunned. Wow, you actually killed it. I thought you'd make it your servant or something. Jiang shrugged nonchalantly. Why would I need another spirit when I've already got the best one right here? He gestured to Xiao Man with a grin. I mean, come on, you're irreplaceable. Xiao Man blushed, then rolled her eyes. Oh, you're so full of yourself. As they started walking away, Xiao Man's eyes caught something glinting on the ground. Wait, look over there. It's one of Ye Qingyao's items, a sword. Jiang picked up the blood-stained blade, giving it a once-over. He whistled. Well, would you look at that? A bloody sword. This thing's legit. Xiao Man grinned. This sword totally suits you, Jiang. Jiang struck a dramatic pose, the sword gleaming in his hand. You're right. I'm cool. I'm awesome. This sword was made for me. The scene cuts to Xiao Yu sitting alone in a dark, desolate room, her face etched with a mixture of longing and bitterness. Her voice, barely a whisper, breaks the silence. My love for you is true. So deep, so endless. No matter what, I just wanted your love. Only yours. Her words hang in the air like a ghost, lingering far too long until the door creaks open and Jiang steps inside. His expression is unreadable, but his casual stride screams indifference. Xiao Yu looks up at him, her eyes searching for something as anything. Did you kill him? Yeah, Jiang replies, almost bored. He's gone, completely. No revival, no second chances. Poof. Xiao Yu sighs, her shoulders slumping as if the weight of the world has finally broken her. All right then, I suppose you're here to learn about my story. About what really happened between us. Jiang waves a dismissive hand, leaning casually against the wall. Nah, no need. I've already figured it out. Xiao Yu's brow furrows. What do you mean? At first, Jiang begins, his tone almost smug. I thought this was your typical tragic love story. You know, forbidden romance, heartbreak, the works. But then I realized this isn't that at all. No, this story is way darker. Xiao Yu's eyes narrow, her voice sharp. Darker, what are you implying? Jiang smirks, enjoying her discomfort. Oh, you know what I mean. At first glance, your story screams unrequited love. Pure, selfless, deep, but the closer I looked, all I saw was anger, resentment, a whole lot of how dare you not love me back vibes. He leans forward, his grin widening. Want me to break it down for you? Go ahead, she spits, her tone daring him. Gladly, Jiang replies, relishing every word. You were obsessed with your teacher, head over heels, can't eat, can't sleep, obsessed. But let's be real, it was one-sided. Sure, he admired you, smart, talented, hard-working. But you twisted that admiration into something else. You convinced yourself it was love. That's not true, Xiao Yu snaps, her voice trembling. He loved me too. Jiang chuckles, dark and mocking. Oh no, he didn't. Here's what really happened. You manipulated him, tricked him into something he couldn't back out of. And before he knew it, you ended up in his bed. Boom, you're pregnant. Now tell me, Xiao Yu, how was he supposed to react? Celebrate? Bake a cake? Of course not. He didn't want the kid. And you? Out of shame, desperation, or maybe just plain madness, you ended your own child. Xiao Yu's face contorts with fury, her fists clenching. Shut up. But wait, there's more. Jiang presses on, his tone dripping with mockery. Your classmates bullied you, spread rumors, and instead of owning up to your actions, you lashed out. You cursed them all, didn't you? This entire mess, it's on you, Xiao Yu, not him. It's always been you. Her voice cracks, trembling with rage and sorrow. That's a lie. Stop making things up. He did love me. He was mine, just like I was his. Jiang raises an eyebrow, his smirk unwavering. Keep telling yourself that if it helps you sleep at night. But deep down, you know the truth. Tears well in Xiao Yu's eyes, but they're quickly overtaken by anger. I thought, maybe if I had his child, he'd finally accept me. We'd get married. But no. To protect his precious reputation, I did the unthinkable. I ended my own child, and still he rejected me. It's not fair. Her tone shifts, venom dripping from every word. I hate him. I hate him for everything. From the corner, Xiao Man whispers to Jiang, why are you poking the bear? Maybe just let her have her breakdown in peace. Jiang shrugs, unbothered. Nah, she needs to get angry. It'll help her face the truth. Xiao Yu glares at him, her voice trembling. What truth? That I wasn't good enough for him. Is that why he didn't accept me? And now you've killed him. There's no fixing any of this. Jiang sighs, pulling something from his pocket. Yeah, I killed him. He had to go. But before he died, he gave me this to give to you. Xiao Yu's eyes widen as she sees the object, a small, worn-out badge. Her hands tremble as she takes it. This is what he gave me when I first became class monitor. He kept it all this time. Yup, Jiang says, nodding. It was meant for you. Funny thing is, he told me your side of the story. The exact same one you just told me. He never wanted the truth to come out, said it'd ruin your reputation. Even after everything he covered for you, he wanted to protect you. Xiao Yu freezes, her expression shifting from shock to bittersweet realization. Her voice trembles as she murmurs, Wait, are you saying he hid the truth on purpose? To protect me? So, he did love me after all. As those words leave her lips, her body begins to glow faintly, a soft, ethereal light spreading around her. Slowly, the glow intensifies until her figure starts to fade away. For the first time in what seems like forever, her face softens into a peaceful smile. And then, just like that, she's gone. The system chimes in, its robotic tone completely unfazed by the drama. Congratulations, mission accomplished. Xiao Man tilts her head, clearly confused. Wait. Bro, what exactly did you say? When did he give you that badge? And when did he tell you his side of the story? Jiang scratches the back of his head, laughing nervously. Yeah, about that. I made it all up. Lied through my teeth. Figured if she believed it, her soul might finally find peace. Yes, I was right. Xiao Man's jaw drops. What? So you conned her into ascending? That's messed up. And wait, if her soul's at peace and the mission's done, why the hell are we still here? Don't tell me we still have to sit through that stupid exam tomorrow. Jiang groans as they return to their dorms. I swear, if this mission ends with me taking another test, I'm going to lose it. The next morning, everything seems normal, suspiciously normal. Kids chatter in the cafeteria, the class buzzes with the usual chaos, and the vibe feels exactly like it did before the nightmare started. Jiang slumps into his seat, muttering, Guess I really do have to take that exam after all. Great. Just great. The teacher waltzes in with a disturbingly cheerful smile. All right, class, here's your exam paper. Get started quickly. Jiang groans as he grabs the paper, scanning the first question. With a sigh, he scribbles down the answer, but as he moves to the second question, his pen starts moving on its own. What the? He whispers, watching as the pen glides across the paper, answering question after question perfectly. His jaw drops as it flawlessly handles even the hardest questions without hesitation. What is going on? Jiang mutters, his eyes darting between the pen and the paper. Either this pen is possessed or I am. By the time the exam ends, Jiang's paper is a masterpiece. He stares at it, half terrified and half impressed. Whatever ghost is doing this, I owe you one. Seriously. When the results come out, Jiang lands the top spot, and the class erupts in applause. While everyone cheers, Jiang sits frozen, internally screaming, "I have no idea what just happened, but hey, I'll take it." The system chimes again. Mission complete. Rewarding host with special items. 3 items appear in Jiang's inventory: a mask, a chest, and a book. Jiang inspects the mask first, his eyes lighting up. Whoa, check this out. It boosts my attack and defense stats and increases my cool factor. It's like it was made for me. Xiao Man eyes the mask skeptically. It also says it'll amplify your dark personality. You sure you're into that? Jiang smirks, slipping it on with flair. Absolutely. I am the dark personality. Next, he picks up the book, flipping through its blank pages. Huh, this thing's amazing. Whatever question you write in it, it automatically gives the correct answer. Pretty sweet, right? Xiao Man's jaw drops. Seriously, a magical book that answers anything and you're just handing it over to me? What if you need it later? Jiang grins, holding it out to her. Nah, I've thought about it. Like 4 times over. You've stuck with me through everything, and I promised I'd help you find your head, didn't I? Consider this a thank you gift. It's yours. Xiao Man stares at him, her expression shifting between disbelief and gratitude. Finally, she hugs the book tightly. Thanks, Jiang. This means a lot. With the mission truly complete, the world around them begins to shimmer and distort. Before they know it, they're back in the real world, standing in the same spot they were before it all began. As Jiang and Xiao Man adjusted to being back in the real world, Wang barreled toward them like a freight train, clutching Jiang's arm as though his life depended on it. Bro, thank God you're here. I was about to lose it. Jiang shoved him off with a look of pure confusion. What's wrong with you? What's going on? His eyes scanned the scene, and that's when he noticed the chaos around him. The entire area looked like it had been through a full-scale war. Tables overturned, bloodstains on the walls, and a general sense of who let this apocalypse happen. Turning to Yi Jihoyong, the group's leader, Jiang asked, "Hey, leader, what the hell happened here? Why does this place look like a disaster movie? Where are all the other teachers and students?" Yi Jihoyong let out a relieved sigh. "Thank goodness you showed up. There was a situation while you were gone. Don't worry, we handled it. Just a bit of fighting, a bit of bloodshed, but everything's back to normal now. Come on, we need to head to the main hall. Everyone's waiting there." As Jiang followed him, Wang continued clinging to his arm like a terrified koala. Jiang snapped, "Dude, Yi, get off me, I'm not into guys." Wang reluctantly let go, muttering something about never being appreciated. When they reached the main hall, Jiang immediately noticed something odd. All the kids who had ventured into the mysterious world were there, except one. Out of the 5 who entered, only 4 had made it back. His attention locked onto the missing spot. Yeqing Yao. He felt a pang of unease. He knew exactly why she wasn't here. Yi Jiaoyong began addressing the group. "All right, listen up. Everyone's accounted for, except for 4 individuals who didn't make it." His voice dropped slightly as he continued, "Yeqing Yao is one of them." The room erupted into whispers. "Wait, what? Yeqing Yao's gone. Wasn't she like super powerful? Didn't she have that weird spirit partner or whatever? What the hell happened to her?" Yi Jiaoyong snapped, "Quiet down. What happened to her isn't up for discussion. She's gone, and that's all you need to know. Move on, it's for the best." Jiang bit the inside of his cheek, his anxiety bubbling up. Yi Jiaoyong continued, While you were in there, the device we used to send you recorded every single detail of your actions. Based on what each of you did, you'll receive a rating and rewards accordingly." Jiang's stomach did a full gymnastics routine. He leaned toward Xiao and whispered, "Hey, I killed Ye Qingyao. Is that going to show up in the records?" Xiao Man, always the calm one, smirked. "Relax, man. It probably won't even show up. And even if it does, they won't recognize you." "What do you mean they won't recognize me?" Jiang whispered back, his voice edging toward panic. "I straight up killed her out in the open. If they see the footage, I'm done for." Xiao Man chuckled, clearly enjoying herself. "Oh, silly Jiang, you really don't know, do you? When you killed her, you were using your illusion ability. From everyone else's perspective, you weren't you. You looked like… how do I put this nicely? A flamboyant guy wearing girly clothes." Jiang froze, his hand flying to his face in disbelief. "You've got to be kidding me. Girly clothes? Really? That's what you went with?" Xiao Man's grin widened. "Yep, even your face was unrecognizable. If anyone watches the footage, they'll just think some random weirdo did it. So really, I saved your ass. You're welcome." Jiang groaned, running a hand through his hair. "Okay, fine. You saved me from getting exposed, but still… Ugh." The tension in the room was thick enough to choke on as Yi Zhou-yong took center stage, flipping through his clipboard like a disinterested game show host. "All right, let's start with the results. First up, Wang. He stayed in the mysterious world for 2 days, didn't complete a single mission, and came back empty-handed. Congratulations, Wang, you've earned the lowest rank. E-level." Wang slouched so hard he looked like he might disappear under the table. "Great, just great," he muttered. Yi Zhao-yong barely acknowledged him and moved on. "Next, the 3 of you. You spent 4 days there, completed your missions, and came back in one piece. That earns you D-level." The trio exchanged awkward glances, clearly unsure whether to feel proud or insulted. Yi Zhao-yong continued, pointing at Zhuge Ye with a dramatic flair. "Now, Zhuge Ye. You were there for 5 days, completed quite a few missions, and earned yourself an A-level rating." Zhuge Ye, practically glowing with self-love, struck an exaggerated pose. "Ha ha! No big deal. I know I'm amazing, best in the game. Anyone want my autograph? Maybe a selfie? Come on, don't be shy." The room's collective eye roll was practically audible. Yi Zhou-yong snapped, "All right, Zhuge, enough, let's move on to Jiang." At the mention of his name, the room went dead silent. Every eye was on Jiang as Yi Zhou-yong announced, "Jiang spent 5 days in the field, completed every single mission, and even accomplished the main challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, this earns him a SS rating." The room exploded into gasps and murmurs. "A SS rating? Dude, what did you even do there?" "That's insane." Jiang scratched the back of his head, trying to look modest but failing miserably. "I mean, you know, just doing my thing," he mumbled. Zhuge Ye shot Jiang a dirty look and grumbled under his breath. "So his rating's better than mine, huh? Lucky guy." Before anyone could respond, the door slammed open with a deafening bang. An enraged man stormed into the room, his eyes blazing with fury. "I'm Ye Qingyao's father," he growled. "Which one of you killed my daughter? Step forward now. I know one of you is responsible." Before anyone could react, he unleashed a sudden attack, his movements fast and deadly. The secretary, calm and professional, intervened in a blur, neutralizing his attack with effortless grace. "Sir," she snapped, glaring at him, "what do you think you're doing?" Ye Qingyao's father glared back, his voice dripping with venom. "Don't act clueless. My daughter, Ye Qingyao, was killed in that cursed mysterious world, and I'm here to find her killer. Bring them to me now." The group erupted into a cacophony of denials. It wasn't us. She had a spirit partner for protection, right? None of us have spirits. How could we possibly kill her? Meanwhile, Jiang sat frozen, sweat dripping down his neck. Crap, I do have a spirit, and I'm the one who killed her. If he finds out, I'm done for. Xiao, sitting beside him, leaned in and whispered, "You're so lucky no one suspects you right now. But listen, Ye Qingyao's father, he's insanely strong, way stronger than me, and he's got a spirit of his own, plus those 2 bodyguards he brought. They're no joke. If he finds out it was you, you're toast." Jiang muttered under his breath, "Wow, thanks for the pep talk, super helpful." Across the room, Yi Zhou-yong stepped forward, his tone calm but firm. "All right, enough of this. Look, out of respect for our old friendship, I'll tell you this once. Calm down. People die in the mysterious world all the time. You know this. It's part of the risk." Ye Qingyao's father clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. "She wasn't just anyone. She was my daughter. She was strong, talented, and more than capable of surviving there. If she's dead, it's because one of these scum is responsible." His glare swept across the room like a laser beam. Yi Zhou-yong didn't flinch. "I get that you're grieving, but this isn't the way. If you cause trouble for anyone here, we won't hesitate to deal with you. Got it?" Ye Qingyao's father smirked darkly. "Do whatever you want. But if I ever find proof about who killed her?" His voice dropped, deadly and cold. "I'll end them. No questions asked." With that, he stormed out, leaving the room in tense silence. The room was still thick with the echoes of tension as Yi Zhou-yong sighed and muttered, "Man, that guy, always stirring up drama. I've known him for years and he hasn't changed a bit. Still, we've got to focus on what matters." He turned to the group, his expression softening, just enough to pass for encouragement. "The rest of you made it back alive. You're the future, the ones who will go on to do great things for this country. I'm sure of it." The group exchanged awkward glances, unsure whether to feel inspired or just relieved the awkward standoff was over. Yi Zhou-yong straightened, clearing his throat like he was delivering the next act of a stage play. "All right, now it's time for your rewards. You'll get your money, of course, but from here on, you'll all start a new journey. Some of you will move on to advanced academies to learn even more." He paused dramatically, letting the weight of his words sink in, or so he thought. "But wherever you go, remember 3 things. First, always ask yourself, why do you go to the mysterious world? Second, the world needs you. And third, whatever you do, do it for your country. Burn these into your minds and carry them with you." Jiang, ever the skeptic, thought, "Yeah, sure, I'll do it for my country. Right after I figure out how to stay alive long enough to make a dent in the world." Yi Zhou-yong wrapped up with a dismissive wave. "I'll call everyone if needed later. For now, go home and get some rest." As the group dispersed, Jiang walked off, his mind racing. He absently toyed with the ring he'd received. "An exquisite ring, huh? Great reward," he muttered sarcastically. "What am I supposed to do with this? Propose to a ghost?" His thoughts darkened as he remembered Ye Qingyao's father. If he finds out I'm the one who handled his daughter, I'm so dead. Lost in thought, he didn't notice his sister until she practically materialized in front of him, her expression twisted with worry. "What happened, sis? Do you need to talk about something?" Jiang asked, tilting his head. "Are you okay?" She blurted, ignoring his question. "Yeah, I'm fine." "Why wouldn't I be?" Jiang reassured her with a lopsided grin. But she wasn't buying it. "You idiot," she snapped. "How many times have I told you not to go on these missions? Don't go, don't go, don't go. But do you ever listen? No. You barely finish one mission and you're off on the next. What if something had happened to you?" Relax, sis. Jiang raised his hands defensively. Nothing happened. See, I even passed with flying colors and got a great reward. Loads of money, too. With all this, we can buy whatever you want, maybe even a big house. I don't want money, she yelled, her voice breaking. I just want you. You're the only family I've got left in this world. If anything ever happened to you, what would I do? Mom and Dad are already gone. Before Jiang could respond, Zhuge Ye appeared out of nowhere, like an annoying pop-up ad. Hey bro, I'm out of cash. Think you could feed me at your place? Noticing Jiang's sister, Zhuge Ye's eyes lit up. Oh, wait a minute. Is this your sister? The famous beautiful sister you're always talking about? Jiang's sister blushed, suddenly flustered. Hi there. Who are you? Are you one of Jiang's classmates? Before Jiang could shove him aside, Zhuge Ye smoothly interjected, Yep, I'm his classmate, and let me tell you, he never stops singing your praises. Says you're the best sister anyone could ask for, the kind of sister anyone would envy. He even calls you the prettiest in the whole world. Honestly, you're like the Miss Multiverse of sisters. By the way, can I come over? Maybe you could cook something for me? Jiang groaned and shoved Zhuge aside. You freeloading mud? Don't you have food at your own house? Stop buttering up my sister just to score a free meal. Meanwhile, Jiang's sister froze, something about Zhuge's surname jogging her memory. Zhuge, yeah, could he be from that family? If so, he's probably not just some random classmate. Smiling warmly, she said, Oh, you need food? Well, if you're my brother's friend, you're practically my brother too. You're welcome anytime. Our doors are always open for you. The house was unusually quiet, save for the sound of Jiang's thoughts, practically rattling around his head like a pinball machine. His sister had gone shopping, leaving him alone with the human headache known as Zhuge Ye. Jiang narrowed his eyes, his suspicion bubbling over. Day isn't the type to warm up to people so easily, but she's been treating Zhuge Ye like some kind of national treasure. What's his deal? And why is she being so sweet to him? Meanwhile, Zhuge sat on the couch, completely unbothered, flipping through his phone like he owned the place. Jiang stared at him, fuming internally. How does this guy manage to say all those sugar-coated things without cringing? Bro, you're going to get diabetes. As if on cue, Zhuge looked up and said, Wait a second, I do have diabetes. How'd you know? Jiang blinked. Wait, what? You're joking, right? How old are you? Only old people get diabetes? Zhuge laughed, leaning back smugly. Nah, it's because I drink way too much Coke. I practically mainline the stuff. Jiang smirked despite himself. Dude, you must be sweet in more ways than one. Zhuge waved it off. Forget all that. I'm here to help you out. Help me? Jing asked, raising an eyebrow. How? You gonna find me a girlfriend? Zhuge chuckled. I can't find you a girlfriend, bro, but mine's available if you want her. Take her, man. Jiang glared at him. Shut up, idiot. I don't want your girlfriend, or any girlfriend for that matter. He paused, his tone shifting to something more serious. But really, why are you here? What's your plan? Zhuge leaned forward, his playful demeanor giving way to a rare moment of seriousness. Look, Ye Qingyao's father isn't some small-time guy. His daughter's dead, and he's going to want answers. The guy's thorough. He'll check out everything. And guess what? You were there till the end. Even if you didn't kill her, you're on his radar. Trust me, you're suspect number one. Jiang tried to stay calm, but the panic was creeping in. So what should I do, huh? Whether I'm guilty or not, if he's suspicious of me, there's nothing I can do about it. Zhuge looked at him with a mix of pity and exasperation. Well, you can either keep worrying like a headless chicken or let me help you out. Your call. Jiang hesitated, his curiosity winning out. Fine, help me out. But tell me something, does Zhuge have some kind of spirit or weird ability? From the corner of the room, Xiao Man shook her head. Nah, nothing unusual about him. No strange aura or anything. Just as Jiang was about to probe further, his sister walked in carrying bags of groceries. Before he could say a word, Zhuge sprang up like he'd been rehearsing for this moment his entire life. "Oh my God, what a lovely girl! I'm coming right in!" he exclaimed with a dazzling smile. His sister blushed furiously. "Oh, you're such a nice guy." Jiang's jaw clenched. She's giving him way too much attention. I'm so pissed off right now. His sister, oblivious to Jiang's simmering rage, chimed in, "You're welcome here anytime. Whenever you're hungry, just drop by." Zhuge beamed like he just won the lottery. "Wow, you're too nice, too honest, and so beautiful. How did I get so lucky?" As they headed outside, Zhuge added, "I'm fine with normal food, but if I could get something sweet, like cream, I'd be in heaven." Jiang snapped, unable to hold back any longer. "You're already so sweet you could take that cream and shove it in your face." Zhuge laughed it off, clearly unfazed. "Dude, chill. Do you want my help or not?" "I need your help, you idiot," Jiang growled, his frustration boiling over. "Thanks to you, I'm stuck in this mess. Otherwise, I'm so mad right now I'd bury you in the ground." Later, as they walked through the streets, Jiang's mind was still spinning with Zhuge's absurd suggestion. He turned to him, frowning. "All right, genius, what's your solution? How the hell do I get away from Ye Qingyao's dad?" Zhuge Ye flashed a smirk that could have doubled as a crime. "Simple. You get rid of him. Just kill Ye Qingyao's dad." Jiang's face turned an alarming shade of red. "What the hell is wrong with this guy?" He exploded. "You're insane. After everything you've eaten now, you suggest I kill the guy's father. If it were that easy, I would have already taken him down myself." Zhuge raised his hands in mock surrender. Sorry. I was joking." Okay, not that route. The solution is really simple, promise." Jiang narrowed his eyes, not buying it. "What's your plan then?" Zhuge leaned in, clearly enjoying the drama. "Don't kill his father. Join the conspiracy team. They're like our country's secret army with connections everywhere in the mysterious world. Once you're in, that old man won't dare touch you. You'll be on equal footing with him and you get paid for it. Your life changes completely. You won't have to worry about him anymore." Jiang mulled it over for a second. "That sounds tempting." Xiao Man, who had been quietly lurking behind them, suddenly interrupted with a look of horror. "Wait a minute. Are you seriously thinking about joining?" Jiang gave him a deadpan stare. "Not really. Joining that team is basically like joining the army. And in the army, you're always out fighting on the front lines against enemies. Here, we fight creatures from the mysterious world. I'm 18. I don't want to live my life as a walking target for monsters, or worse. I care about two things, my life and my sister. Everything else, not interested." Zhuge clapped him on the back. "Good man, you've got your priorities straight, but..." His grin grew even wider. "You sure you're not interested in a little extra help? Maybe some sweet connections?" Before Jiang could snap back, Xiao Man's eyes went wide. "Oh my God, look over there! Someone's staring at us!" Jiang turned to follow Xiao Man's gaze, and sure enough, a guy, a very creepy guy, was watching them from across the street. "Oh, what the hell?" Jiang muttered, his skin crawling. The guy wasn't just staring, he was practically gluing his eyes to Jiang, and then, to top it off, a bodyguard walked up to them, his eyes narrowing on Jiang with a mix of suspicion and annoyance. Jiang looked the guy up and down, trying to make sense of this odd situation. "Yeah, that's me." "What do you want?" the bodyguard grunted. "Nothing much, just that Ye Qingyao's father wants to see you." Jiang frowned. "Why should I go with you?" Before the bodyguard could respond, Zhuge, always ready to escalate any situation to full-blown chaos, jumped in. Exactly. There are a lot of thieves around these days. They offer kids candy, lure them in, and rob them. And look at you, my friend. You look like a straight-up robber. The bodyguard's expression darkened. Whatever you say, but keep your mouth shut about my face. Jiang chuckled. Oh no, I'm going to talk. You look like a pig's rear end. Seriously, you resemble an idiot. The bodyguard's patience, already thin, snapped. That's enough. If you don't shut up, I'll have my guys throw you in a car. Xiao, of course, wasn't about to back down. He instantly started shouting, Mommy, help, help! This bodyguard's trying to rob me. Forget about girls. Now even guys aren't safe. Someone save me before he takes everything from me. A crowd began to gather, drawn by Jiang's chaotic antics. Some people whipped out their phones, recording the spectacle. Is this guy a scammer? He seriously looks like a thief, someone shouted. Jiang, seeing his moment to shine, grabbed Jiang's hand and dragged him away. A little while later, they found a secluded spot, far from the chaos that seemed to follow Jiang like a personal storm cloud. Jiang, ever the self-proclaimed genius, leaned back and said with a smug grin, See, bro, this is what we call using your brain. That's the real deal. You can trust me. Jiang, practically grinding his teeth down to nubs, punched him in the shoulder. What the hell were you shouting back there about me getting robbed? You messed with my head, and now we're stuck out here like a couple of idiots. People are gonna think I'm some creepy weirdo thanks to you, you little scumbag. He kept cursing, venting all his frustration, but Jiang didn't seem to care in the slightest. Just then they heard a noise, a rustling from the corner. They turned to see a guy, bloodied and beaten, stumbling toward them with desperation in his eyes. Please, he gasped, don't make me join the conspiracy team. It's a living hell. I can't take it. I'll be ruined. Let me go, please. Before he could finish his pitiful plea, the sound of a gunshot rang out, cutting his words short. The guy collapsed to the ground with a final wet thud. Jiang's heart raced, and he froze. The shot came from none other than the secretary, who casually tucked her gun back into her holster and looked at them both like nothing had happened. Well, hey, look who's here, she said, her tone annoyingly cheerful. Just like you saw, this is what happens to traitors. Jiang could barely process what had just happened. We saw it, and we almost got caught up in it, he muttered under his breath, still in shock. Xiao, completely unfazed, shrugged. I almost pissed my pants too. Jiang's thoughts were racing. I was this close to thinking about joining that team. If this is what joining looks like, then no thanks. And that's a wrap, folks. If you enjoyed the madness, smash that like button, subscribe, and join the chaos. Catch you later.